Senate will come to order. The chaplain, Dr. Black, will open the Senate with prayer.
Thank you, sir. Let us pray. O God, our Father, speak to us today that here in your presence we may find knowledge of what you want us to do. Guide our senators so that they clearly understand your desires and give them the wisdom to strive to do your will. Lord, provide them with daily strength to live honorably for your glory. Give them the ambition to please you with faithfulness and humility. Come with your great power, O God, and rescue our nation and world. Deliver us from the fear and trembling that seek to overwhelm our efforts to please you. We pray in your merciful name. Amen.
Would you please join me in the recitation of the pledge? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I'll do my best to keep you ready. Under the previous order, the leadership time is reserved. Under the previous order, the Senate will proceed to executive session to resume consideration of the following nomination, which the clerk will report.
Nomination, Department of Transportation, Stephen Bradbury of Virginia to be Deputy Secretary.
Mr. President.
Senator from Iowa.
35 years ago today, the freely elected Parliament of Lithuania declared that country was restoring its independence after about 50 years of Soviet occupation. This started the breakup of the Soviet Union. The end of that evil empire made the world safer and millions of people freer. So I say thank you, Lithuania, or I should say in their language, ačiū. Lithuania didn't become a country just in the 1990s, however. It's a very old country. In fact, it was a significant regional power in the Middle Ages. The modern Republic of Lithuania was born February the 16th, 1918. The United States has maintained continuous diplomatic relations with Lithuania for now 103 years, going back to 1922. As an American, I'm proud that our country never recognized the Soviet annexation of Lithuania, Latvia, and Estonia, just like we don't recognize Russia's annexation of any part of Ukraine this very day. Today, Lithuania is free and Lithuania is prosperous. Lithuania is a close U.S. ally and a beacon of Western values on the front lines of freedom. I thank Lithuania for its friendship, for its important contribution to the NATO alliance, and for its vocal defense of our shared values. I yield the floor and suggest the absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks.
Mr. President.
I recognize the Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent the quorum call be suspended.
Without objection.
Mr. President, Zach Didier was a good student, an athlete, and musician. He was an Eagle Scout, starred in the school play, and he was hoping to attend Stanford University. But 2 days after Christmas in 2020, Zach's dad found him dead in his bedroom of fentanyl poisoning. He was 17. Zach and his friends had gone to the mall to meet a drug dealer they had found through social media. He bought what he thought was Percocet, but it wasn't. The counterfeit pills he bought contained fentanyl, and what was a bad decision became deadly. Mr. President, Zach was one of the more than 90,000 Americans who died of an overdose in 2020. Many of those deaths from fentanyl poisoning. He was one of countless victims of fake pills being peddled on our streets. Pills that too often find their way into the hands of young people and steal their futures. Courage Mittens is another tragic story. Adopted from Ghana, Courage was pursuing his dream of becoming an airline pilot. He had attended flight school, interviewed for a job just days before he died at age 23. Courage's parents found him on their couch after a night out with friends, seemingly asleep until he stopped breathing. As they later found out, Courage had taken a pill with 2 times the lethal dose of fentanyl in it. Ashley Romero, a 32-year-old mother, took half of what she thought was a painkiller. But that half a pill contained a deadly dose of fentanyl. And the dealer who had supplied Ashley's boyfriend with the pill that took her life is believed to have sold pills that killed several other people. One of those individuals was Jonathan Ellington. Jonathan had become addicted to OxyContin when it was prescribed to him for a high school soccer injury. He got clean and stayed clean for about a decade until another injury and another prescription got him back on it. When his prescription ran out, he bought some pills from an acquaintance. It only took 1 pill with a lethal dose of fentanyl to take Jonathan's life. Mr. President, these are just a few of the stories that families have shared with the Judiciary Committee in support of the HALT Fentanyl Act. Unfortunately, there are many more like them. Lives lost, futures destroyed, families changed forever. 1 in 3 Americans know someone who has died of a drug overdose. We're losing young people, teenagers, young parents, people with bright lives ahead of them. Mr. President, when the Trump administration temporarily classified all fentanyl analogs as Schedule I substances, law enforcement gained a critical tool to combat fentanyl and go after the people who are bringing this poison into the United States. Congress has extended this temporary classification several times because it works. Now we need to make it permanent by passing the HALT Fentanyl Act. I was very pleased at the strong bipartisan vote this bill received last Thursday, and I hope the vote on final passage will be equally robust. As I said, classifying all fentanyl analogs as Schedule I substances gives law enforcement a critical tool to go after the criminals bringing this poison into our country and selling it on our streets. And it joins other efforts to end the fentanyl crisis in our country. President Trump is taking significant steps to halt the supply of drugs flowing across our borders. Senator Blackburn has done great work bringing attention to the role of social media, which is often the link between teenagers and drug dealers. And the Senate will continue working to stop fentanyl from taking more American lives. Mr. President, fentanyl has caused too many tragedies. I'm grateful to the families who've lost loved ones to this deadly drug for sharing their stories. And the HALT Fentanyl Act is moving forward, due in no small part to their support. Mr. President, I yield the floor, and I suggest the absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks.
Mr. President,
I recognize the Democrat leader.
I ask unanimous consent the quorum call be dispensed with.
Without objection.
Mr. President, yesterday afternoon, Elon Musk confirmed what many of us have been warning about for a long time. Republicans are getting ready to gut Social Security and Medicare. Let me repeat that. Elon Musk confirmed what many of us have warned about. Republicans are getting ready to gut Social Security and gut Medicare. Here's what he said. During an interview with Fox Business, the richest man on earth repeated again a bevy of lies that entitlement programs tens of millions of people rely on are riddled with fraud and abuse. That's a pretext to slashing them. But it's false. He added, most of the federal spending is entitlements. That's true. So that the big one to eliminate. So that's the big one to eliminate, meaning Social Security. Let me quote Elon Musk again. That's the big one, Social Security, to eliminate. It's rare to hear Republicans tell the truth about their plans so directly. What Elon Musk is saying is that sooner or later, Republicans are going to target people's Social Security and Medicare benefits. The outrage that the richest man in the world would tell millions of seniors who depend on those checks each month that it's fraud, that it's waste, is outrageous. He doesn't have any idea the harm it would do. And it isn't fraud. Donald Trump, Elon Musk, and Republicans know that the math on their billionaire tax cuts will not work without going after these benefits. And all they care about is cutting their taxes further. Outrageous. As America begins to hear this, America is going to realize what a bad bargain Donald Trump was in the election. It's another awful reminder that under Donald Trump and Elon Musk and Republicans, billionaires win, American families lose. There's something truly rotten about the Republican agenda when a multi-billionaire, the richest man in the world, is allowed to lie so casually about one of America's most sacred programs in order to justify taking benefits away from hardworking Americans. Few programs have done more good, have helped more people, have been more popular than Social Security has for nearly a century. Few programs are as beloved by Americans as Social Security. Americans, of course, support eliminating waste, but they do not want to see their Social Security benefits get taken away. How is Elon Musk trying to do this? He's using the oldest trick in the book, shamelessly lying about Social Security, just as Donald Trump did in his State of the Union address, where he listed hundreds of people who were born 100 or 20 years ago and couldn't show a single one was getting Social Security. Musk is shamelessly lying about Social Security, claiming it's riddled with fraud in order to justify taking benefits away from seniors and retirees. He ignores the very bold, plain fact that the federal government has already conducts an audit of Social Security every year. It's a legit audit, not a partisan audit. It's been done during Trump's presidency and Biden's presidency. What did it find? Less than 1%, less than 1% of all payments from 2015 to 2022 were made in error. That, Mr. Musk, is not what fraud looks like. He cherry-picks data to suggest that tens of millions of dead people are getting checks. This is a lie. And to be sure, this isn't just about Elon Musk's rhetoric. The assault on Social Security is taking shape in practice. DOGE has already taken over the Social Security Administration agency and has free access to the private data and benefits of tens of millions of Americans. The Trump administration has already begun to fire 7,000 staffers, which means local offices will shut down, customer service wait times will explode, the risk of delayed benefits will skyrocket. So I ask my Republican colleagues, you all fine with this? Are they fine with Musk calling Social Security one giant scam? Let's find a single person here on the Republican side who starts rebutting Musk once and for all when they know he's doing what the American people hate and is not telling the truth. Do our colleagues agree with Musk's lie that hundreds of billions of dollars in outright fraud has compromised Social Security? Mark my words. If Elon Musk and Doge continue their attacks against Social Security, if the president continues his attacks, which he made in the State of the Union, sooner or later benefits are going to be delayed, mistakenly halted, and the political uproar from Americans from one end of the country to the other, red, purple, and blue, will be immense. And more trouble for the Trump administration. The Trump economy. Donald Trump promised Americans a golden age on day one. Well, today's day 50, and Americans are wondering, scratching their heads, where's this golden age? You can't find this golden age in the inflation numbers because inflation has gone up under Donald Trump from groceries to retail to cars. The idea that he'd said in the campaign prices will begin going down on day one, that's by the wayside, that's for sure. You can't find this golden age in the stock market either. We know the stock market is Donald Trump's favorite measuring stick. But right now, because of him, his actions, his erraticness, his own actions have plunged markets and therefore people's retirement accounts into chaos. Yesterday, the Dow fell by almost 900 points, 2%. The S&P plunged 4%, 2.7%, and the NASDAQ composite, the tech composite, fell by 4%. Why is this happening? One reason, President's tariffs on Canada and Mexico. But the other is pure chaos. No stability, no certainty for businesses, total confusion in the economy. One thing businesses tell us, they want certainty and they want stability. One thing they're getting from Donald Trump, uncertainty and chaos. And because starting this foolish and chaotic trade war, on again one day, off again the next day, Donald Trump has single-handedly poured a bucket of ice water on the economy. Trump thinks he can just yak, oh, I'm for it, and then the next day I'll say I'm not for it. But businesses can't plan that way. If they think there's a chance he'll come back and do it, they don't plan, they don't buy, they don't go forward. Businesses right now are in a state of total confusion. They have no idea what Trump is going to do next. Is he going to impose tariffs today, tomorrow, next month? How big will they be? What countries? What products? Every day you hear a different answer on something that is so important to the American economy and the world economy. American consumers are also anxious. If you don't know what tomorrow will bring, you're going to spend less today. Donald Trump himself knows that tariffs will hurt working families. When asked on Fox Business about the possibility that his tariffs could trigger a recession, he refused to even downplay the possibility it can happen. This was a rare moment of truth from Donald Trump. He said, yeah, my tariffs may cause a recession. And then he seemed to say, his body language said, who cares? Amazing. The guy who said he'd lift the economy not only is beginning to cause the beginnings of an economic downturn, but he seems to be proud of it. Wow. Is that what America bargained for? I don't think so. When Donald Trump says there's an utter period of transition, it's just gibberish. What Donald Trump means when he says period of transition is that I will hurt you slowly, not all at once. It means, yes, my tariffs will raise prices on the American people. Donald Trump knows his tariffs could wreck the economy, but he's doing it anyway, all so he can use the income from tariffs to pay for tax cuts for billionaires, his North Star. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
I recognize the senator from Wyoming.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I come to the floor having just listened to the minority leader of the Senate come to the floor and listen to what he had to say. You know, it's been 10 weeks now, Mr. President, that Republicans have been in the majority and the Democrats have been in the minority after the historic victory in November. The contrast is pretty significant. Senate Republicans made promises to the American people, promised to get the country back on track. We're keeping that promise. We are hitting the ground running, and we're not turning back. Most importantly, for our successes, it has been because Republicans have remained united. As a result, we have a list of accomplishments, as opposed to what we just heard the minority leader talk about. First, the Senate has now confirmed all 21 members of President Trump's cabinet. And we did it at a record pace. Faster pace than the Democrats were able to do for President Obama in 2009, faster than they were able to do it for President Biden in 2021. The pace with which Republicans have confirmed President Trump's nominees to the cabinet, and as Politico pointed out today, all completed before the Senate has taken a break. That's where we are today, historic speed. With this team in place early, President Trump is able to execute effectively and efficiently the popular agenda for which he was elected. The Senate has prioritized confirming the president's national security team. You know, we saw horrific attacks in New Orleans, New Year's, continue to see chaos around the world. We need a national security team in place, and we prioritize that, and we've done it. The Senate also passed the Laken Riley Act. It's now law, signed by the President. It is the first significant piece of immigration enforcement law signed in decades, and just in the first number of weeks. It's actually the first bill that President Trump signed into law as the 47th President of the United States. It's going to save lives. It's going to prevent human tragedy like we saw happen in Georgia to that young nursing student. I'm very grateful to Senator Katie Britt of Alabama and Senator Ted Budd of North Carolina for their leadership in finding the bipartisan way to get this bill passed. We've also focused on our shared agenda with the House and with the President. We moved quickly to pass a budget that's focused on border security, energy security for our nation, as well as America peace through strength. Budget Committee Lindsey Graham, who was chairman of the committee, and his members of committees did groundbreaking work, all focused on making America stronger and better, more secure. Senate Republicans are working with the House on a path forward now, and working closely with Senator Mike Crapo of the Finance Committee, who's leading the charge to make sure we're not facing a $4 trillion tax increase, is what the Democrats want. They want Americans to suffer the pain of $4 trillion in additional taxes. This is very important work to keep taxes low for hardworking families and continue to stimulate the economy. I heard a lot from the minority leader about 5 minutes ago. He was talking about the future of Medicaid and of Medicare, and I'm a doctor. I work closely with patients on all of those programs. But what I heard Senator Schumer do as he stood right there, it sounded to me like he is threatening to shut down the government. He sounds like somebody who's going to tell his members, vote against keeping the government open. We are so distraught that the fact that President Trump has been elected, so mad at the voters because they elected a Republican House and a Republican Senate, as well as sent President Trump back to the White House, that we just want to say, the heck with you, we're going to shut down the government. It costs money to shut down the government. It costs money to reopen the government. It impacts services for the American people. Democrats are so mad. You saw it the last week when the president made his speech to Congress, to the joint session, his address to the nation. The way they acted during that statement by the commander-in-chief, those are people that are just mad at the voters. The American public liked what the president had to say that night. Overwhelmingly, those that saw the speech saw it as very positive, happy with the direction of the country, happy with the leadership of the president. Feel he's focused, he's forceful, he's effective, energetic, getting the job done. It's not what we hear. That's not what I heard from the Senate Minority Leader just a few minutes ago. Sounded like somebody that's going to command the troops, hey, shut down the government because we're mad and we're going to take it out on the American people. Well, let me set the record straight, because Republicans support Medicaid. Republicans support Medicare. Just the other night, we passed Senator Dan Sullivan's amendment to protect and to preserve Medicaid and Medicare. Not a single Democrat joined us. These programs are in trouble today. Why? Because of the previous administration. Joe Biden weakened them by making them available for scammers. And that's what's happened. People are sucking money out of these programs who don't deserve to be doing it and are taking the care needed from hardworking American families. Republicans want to protect and preserve and strengthen Medicare and Medicaid. We want to do it for the people these vital programs were originally intended for, not for the scammers. Stopping scamming is a big part of this. Additionally, when I take a look at some of the things we've done over the last several weeks, Mr. President, is that we have reaffirmed our friendship with Israel. Intelligence Committee Chairman Tom Cotton of Arkansas, Foreign Relations Committee Chairman Jim Risch of Idaho, they introduced bipartisan legislation to impose severe sanctions on something called the International Criminal Court. It's an illegitimate kangaroo court that targets Israel and does the bidding of Iran. Sanctioning the ICC would have sent a very strong message to the world. The message, of course, being America stands with Israel. Senate Democrats filibustered it. 45 Democrat senators chose to abandon our closest ally. Senate Republicans also successfully blocked destructive Democrat legislation attacking American energy production. Democrats actually tried to reverse President Trump's national energy emergency. America clearly faces an energy emergency. Energy prices went up 31% during the last 4 years under the Democrats' administration of punishing American energy. Well, led by Chairman Mike Lee from Utah, Republicans are taking the handcuffs off of American energy. Look, we know that unleashing American energy will help kickstart our economy. Senate Republicans also voted to protect girls and women in sports. Senator Coach Tommy Tuberville of Alabama has been a champion of women's sports in the Senate. His legislation was common sense to over 80% of Americans. It said biological men should not be allowed to compete in women's sports against our daughters, our sisters. Simple as that. Democrats filibustered it. They are completely out of touch with the American people, the Democrats are, and they are putting our female athletes in harm's way. Senate Republicans also have erased some burdensome Biden regulations. We're cutting through the red tape, cutting red tape most significantly on American energy production. At the same time, we're also protecting America's financial freedom. Senator John Kennedy of Louisiana led efforts to end a Biden regulation on energy production in the Gulf of America. Senator John Hoeven of North Dakota led efforts to cut $7 billion in natural gas taxes on our energy producers. Senator Pete Ricketts of Nebraska led the efforts to rein in unaccountable bureaucrats from snooping in your digital wallet. Democrats wanted to spy on everything you buy or do on Apple Pay, on Venmo, Zelle, with other apps. Senator Ted Cruz of Texas led efforts to push back against IRS attacks on cryptocurrency. Each of these resolutions passed the Senate in spite of Democrat opposition. By reversing these heavy-handed rules, Republicans are making life more affordable for American families. And this week, the Senate is moving to pass life-saving legislation. It's called the Halt Fentanyl Act. 70,000 Americans are poisoned or killed by illicit fentanyl each year in the United States. It's the #1 killer of Americans between the ages of 18 and 45. The Halt Fentanyl Act will aid efforts to crack down on drug dealers and criminal cartels that smuggle the poison into our country and into our communities. I'm grateful that Leader Thune is putting this bipartisan legislation up for a vote. Mr. President, you can sum up these early weeks of the Republican-led Senate in 3 words: fast, forceful, and effective. We weren't wasting time. We're not wasting time. We're just getting started. Working together, Republicans are going to deliver for the American people. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
I recognize the senator from Illinois.
Mr. President, today stands out as a critical moment for the country, the Supreme Court, and the Constitution. In recent weeks, Trump administration officials and allies have made statements and engaged in troubling conduct that threaten judicial independence and our very system of government. Elon Musk, a senior advisor to President Trump, has repeatedly called for the impeachment of federal judges whose decisions he disagrees with, and he's questioned the lifetime appointment of federal judges that is enshrined in Article 3 of our Constitution. In a social media post, Vice President J.D. Vance falsely asserted that, quote, judges aren't allowed to control the executive's legitimate power, end of quote. This is merely the latest in a long line of claims by the Vice President that a President of the United States can defy the orders of the court. In 2021, Mr. Vance went so far as to say he would suggest to President Trump that, quote, when the court stops you, stand before the country like Andrew Jackson did and say, the Chief Justice has made his ruling, now let him enforce it. This was an obvious reference to the apocryphal story about President Andrew Jackson, suggesting he would defy the Supreme Court ruling. And President Donald Trump himself recently posted, and I quote, he who saves his country does not violate any law. Let me repeat that personal post by the President. He who saves his country does not violate any law. Mr. President, those 10 words are a rationale for tyranny and are an assault on our Constitution. This disregard for judicial review has not been limited to words alone. In multiple cases, administration officials have dragged their feet or failed to comply with federal court orders. The administration has also nominated individuals to senior positions at the Department of Justice who seem to have little regard for separation of powers. One Trump nominee recently testified before the Senate Judiciary Committee and said, and I quote, there is no hard and fast rule about whether in every instance a public official is bound by a court decision, end of quote. Fortunately, my colleague, Republican Senator John Kennedy of Louisiana, admonished this nominee, and he said, and I quote, don't ever take the position that you're not going to follow the order of the court, ever. Now you can disagree with it within the bounds of legal ethics. You can criticize it, you can appeal it, or you can resign, end of quote. And it's only the executive, isn't only the executive branch that has threatened the independence of the judiciary. In the past month, 3 members of the House of Representatives have introduced articles of impeachment against federal judges for no reason other than they ruled against this administration. These actions and comments constitute a clear and present danger to the separation of powers and our Constitution. Instead of favorably quoting the apocryphal words of Andrew Jackson, our political leaders and their allies should reference the words of Chief Justice Marshall in Marbury versus Madison, an 1803 decision. As we all learned in law school, Judge Marshall said, and I quote, it is emphatically the province and duty of the judicial department to say what the law is, end of quote. There has been a broad bipartisan consensus on that point for more than 2 centuries when it comes to interpreting and applying the law. The judiciary has the final word. Last week on this floor, I tried to pass a Senate resolution simply affirming the rule of law and finality of judicial review. I thought and hoped every senator would support it. Regrettably, a Republican senator objected, and the Senate missed an opportunity to say with one voice that we support the Constitution and judicial branch. Thankfully, the judicial branch has demonstrated its independence even without the support of the other branches of government. Judges have carefully considered the cases before them, and in some cases provided a check on the administration when it overstepped. For that, I commend the judiciary. Alexander Hamilton called the Article III judiciary, the courts, quote, the least dangerous branch, close quote, because it has neither soldiers nor money to enforce its decrees. That's why the court's legitimacy in the eyes of the American people is so critical to its continued vitality. And that's why I continue to support an enforceable code of conduct for the Supreme Court. Recent efforts by the Trump administration and its allies to intimidate and impeach federal judges have been based on those judges' decisions and the president who appointed them. In contrast, an enforceable code of conduct would apply to all justices equally, no matter who appointed them and no matter how they rule on a particular matter. I first proposed that the court adopt an enforceable code of conduct 13 years ago in 2012, prior to the existence of the court's current conservative supermajority and prior to many of its controversial decisions. The fact that many sitting justices have publicly endorsed an enforceable code of conduct underscores that it does not pose a threat to the independence of the judicial branch. An enforceable code of conduct would bolster public confidence in the judicial branch. And by ensuring the judiciary is held in high regard, we can ensure that the so-called least dangerous branch of government maintains a position of strength now and in the future. Mr. President, I yield the floor.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks.
Senator from Iowa.
Ask that the quorum call be suspended.
Without objection.
Soon we'll vote on the nomination of Gail Slater to serve as Assistant Attorney General for the Antitrust Division. I support her nomination, and I urge my colleagues to do the same. Antitrust is important to me as it is to most senators. I've long been concerned about market concentration and anti-competitive practices in industries that impact Iowans, whether it's agriculture or healthcare or technology. These issues don't get the most attention around the United States Senate, but they still impact millions of Americans. Family farmers and independent producers deserve fair prices for their products. Seniors deserve affordable prescription drugs. Children deserve to be safe from predatory behavior on dominant tech platforms. All of these are antitrust issues. Attorney General Bondi told me during her confirmation process that she shares my interest in these issues and that she'd work with me and the Antitrust Division to address these issues. There's no better person to help her in this project than Gail Slater. Ms. Slater has the right qualification for this job. She spent several years before spending a decade at the Federal Trade Commission handling antitrust investigations and litigation. In these roles, she learned the nuts and bolts of antitrust enforcement. Ms. Slater also understands antitrust and economics from a policy perspective. You know, she served in President Trump's first administration on the National Economic Council, and she served now and a member of his Senate staff. So, Ms. Slater has numerous accomplishments in the antitrust space. I'm not the only one who thinks Ms. Slater is the right person for the job. She has received letters of support from 9 previous heads of the Justice Department Antitrust Division. These men and women were appointed by presidents of both political parties, and they wrote, quote, Ms. Slater has the experience, intelligence, judgment, and leadership skills necessary to serve as an excellent Assistant Attorney General for the Antitrust Division, end of quote. Another bipartisan coalition letter commends her, quote, unique ability to collaborate on a bipartisan basis with stakeholders across the political spectrum, building coalitions towards common goals, end of quote. And as it might surprise you, that the International Brotherhood of Teamsters announced that they support her nomination. In a rare sign of unity in the Judiciary Committee I share, where we don't get a lot of unity, Ms. Slater was advanced out of committee by a 20 yes vote to 2 negative votes. I hope for a similarly strong bipartisan vote here on the floor. The Antitrust Division will flourish under Ms. Slater's strong leadership, and I'm proud to support her. She's ready to serve our country, and we need to get her confirmed quickly. I yield the floor, suggest the absence of quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks.
President.
Senator from Massachusetts.
Mr. President, are we on quorum call?
We are.
I ask that the quorum call be lifted.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. Donald Trump and co-president Elon Musk are shutting down the federal government one piece at a time. Shutting down the agency that stops banks and payday lenders from cheating working people. Shutting down children's cancer research. Shutting down key parts of the Department of Transportation, the agency responsible for keeping people safe when they're flying airplanes. Even shutting down parts of the Social Security Administration. And now, Republicans in Congress are laying out their blueprint to shut down the entire federal government. A budget is a reflection of our values, and this proposal makes clear where the Republicans' values lie. After months of bipartisan talks, they're walking away from the negotiating table and offering a non-starter House bill that forces us to the brink of a full government shutdown. And who would be hurt the most? Working people. Billionaires win, families lose. Republican values are clear. Their shutdown bill does two terrible things. First, it wipes out the guardrails that Congress wrote for how to spend taxpayer money. That means that co-presidents Trump and Musk can hold everyone under their magic spell. They can spend taxpayer money or they can shut off taxpayer money exactly how they want. Perhaps Trump and Musk want to shovel $75 million of ALS treatment funding to anti-vaccine research instead. That would be okay under the Republican deal. Or maybe they want to shift $300 million or more from the FAA's telecommunications funding bucket toward contracts to Elon Musk Starlink. The budget Republicans have sent over would permit that as well. And if Trump and Musk decide to fire another 25,000 veterans or kick 1 million old people out of nursing homes, this package from House Republicans would say, sure. In addition to giving co-presidents Trump and Musk the power to spend taxpayer money wherever they want, the House Republicans also propose general cuts. Cuts from programs that help families put food on the table, afford child care, and keep our communities safe. Cuts from local communities for projects like improving hospitals, teaching facilities, and child care centers. Dollars that the House and the Senate had already agreed to. But the House Republican package isn't just about cutting out veterans and old people. No, it's also about spending more money. Republican House members want to pour an extra $6 billion over the next 6 months. Yep, that's $1 billion a month directly to the Pentagon. No explanation, no justification of why this money is needed. Nope. Cuts everywhere else in government, but a funding increase for the one government agency that has never passed an audit. That agency, the Department of Defense, gets $1 billion a month. House Republicans want to give $6 billion more dollars to make sure that defense contractors continue to get their fat paychecks. Look, Republicans in Congress don't care whether the government shuts down because they don't care about hurting working families. All they care about is getting back to jamming through their true agenda. $4.6 trillion worth of tax handouts for millionaires, billionaires, and giant corporations, paid for by gutting health care for millions of people. Donald Trump looked Americans in the eye and said he'd, quote, lower costs on day one. Those were his words. And now we are 7 weeks in, and he has done the exact opposite. He is raising costs for families. More people are losing their jobs. Sky-high child care, housing, and food costs. And it's open season right now for banks and credit card companies and shady student loan outfits to scam the American people. The Republican shutdown playbook is dangerous, and it will hurt working families. Democrats are right to oppose the House bill, and people all across this country are right to expect us to stand up and fight back. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor, and I suggest the absence of a quorum. Oh, I just yield the floor.
President.
Senator from Washington.
Thank you, Mr. President. I come to the floor this morning to speak in opposition to the nomination of Stephen Bradbury. He's nominated to be the Deputy Secretary of Transportation. When it comes to transportation safety, we don't measure success in dollars saved. We measure success in lives protected and tragedies prevented. Last week, I met with the parents of Sam Lilly, the first officer of the American Airlines plane that fatally collided with a U.S. Army Black Hawk helicopter at DCA Airport. Sam's father happens to be a commercial pilot now, and before that, he flew Black Hawk helicopters in the military. He expressed his concern about reports that the Black Hawks are regularly being operated in this busy airspace without the automatic dependent surveillance broadcast, commonly known as ADS-B, turned on. We know that the Black Hawk in the January 29th collision wasn't transmitting. This kind of technology would have allowed the CRJ and Sam Lilly the ability to see that traffic. We hope that we will find out later today in the NTSB report that is listed what we need to do to fix this problem. We know that during Mr. Bradbury's first tenure at DOT, he let the FAA create exemptions to permit military aircraft from operating without this key safety technology transmitting. And guess what? The military knew that they had been granted a loophole, but they said it would not be used all the time, only to find out later that the military said they were going to use the exemption 100% of the time. My heart goes out to the Lilly family and to all the families of the victims of this tragic accident. It didn't need to happen. That is why last week I wrote Secretary Hegseth to ask about the Army's letter from 2023 stating that 100% of its helicopters fly in the DC area with this ADS-B technology not activated. We can't afford another light touch approach at the Department of Transportation when it comes to safety. We cannot. It simply does not matter if you're saving dollars if you're not saving lives. Unfortunately, I believe the President's nominee to be Deputy Secretary of the Department of Transportation, Stephen Bradbury, has shown more interest in a light touch approach that benefits industry than being a champion for safety. During his nomination hearing, I questioned Mr. Bradbury about his record as previous general counsel for the Department of Transportation during the first Trump administration. In this capacity, Mr. Bradbury played a key role in orchestrating the rollback of multiple safety requirements under the guise of advancing a reform agenda. For example, under his watch, he prevented requirements for truck drivers. There was a fatigue prevention requirement for truck drivers, which he loosened. The vehicle safety recall investigation reached an all-time low. and meanwhile, road fatalities increased. Under his watch, there were a number of rail safety requirements that were also waived. The Department of Transportation withdrew its two-person crew rule. This was a rule that people had recommended after derailments in the United States and in Canada, including a runaway oil train in Quebec in 2013 that derailed and killed 47 people. And during the same time period, the mainline derailment rate increased, all during Mr. Bradbury's tenure. Perhaps, though, the most troubling of all is Mr. Bradbury's watch during the rulemaking on what is called a safety management system for aviation manufacturers like Boeing. Just 9 days after the first 737 MAX crash in 2018, which resulted in 346 deaths, there was a rule that said, being proposed, that the safety management system should be a mandatory requirement, not voluntary. Don't tell an industry that has to manufacture planes, it's okay, you can voluntarily comply with some of these rules. No, we need requirements that manufacturers must meet. As my colleagues on the Commerce Committee know, a safety management system rule for aviation manufacturers would have instituted a comprehensive process for analyzing, predicting, and ultimately mitigating risk. The safety management system is considered the gold standard now around the world. If you want to have safety, you have a safety management system. It's a more robust process. And I question how Mr. Bradbury at DOT, after the first Indonesian 737 MAX crash, didn't see or understand the need for critical information and analysis that a safety management system would have put in place, particularly because the FAA continued to let the MAX plane fly, and part of the process in question is whether they considered the critical analysis that Boeing had done to allow the plane to fly and what the FAA's role was. So following the tragedies of both 737 MAX crashes, the Commerce Committee, led by then Chairman Wicker, launched an investigation into the crashes to find solutions and prevent the disaster from happening again. But what did Mr. Bradbury do? Did he work with the committee to improve safety for the flying public? No, he did not. He basically thwarted Senator Wicker and the committee's efforts to get the information about what the FAA had done. Make this clear here today. Our colleagues need to hold the FAA accountable. If you don't hold the FAA accountable as the oversight body, fat chance the FAA is going to continue to do its job as aggressively as it needs to. So, Senator Wicker's office said, quote, Mr. Bradbury intentionally withheld relevant information requested by the committee, end quote. He made our investigation very hard. In fact, Senator Wicker later said, quote, he deliberately attempted to keep us in the dark, and by that I mean our investigations, our staff, our committee, and me, end quote. Now, I have great respect for my colleague, Senator Wicker, but the Bradbury's findings in stymieing us as a committee to do our oversight job gives me serious questions about his level of transparency. The families of the 737 MAX crashes wrote to Chairman Cruz last month to express their concerns about Mr. Bradbury's role in obstructing the committee's investigation into the crashes that took their loved ones' lives. They also voiced concern about Mr. Bradbury's role that led to the delays in holding Boeing accountable to implementing a true mandatory safety management system. Now, during his hearing, Mr. Bradbury suggested that the rule that was proposed by the previous Obama administration that made it mandatory for manufacturers to have a safety management system was held up because some small businesses didn't want to meet that requirement. Do we not believe that businesses are going to object to some rules? They do. They do all the time. But that doesn't mean scrapping the rule altogether, which is exactly what happened as far as the mandatory requirement. Well, lucky for the consumer, our committee, in the aftermath of these two crashes, got legislation passed that said, yes, you have to have a mandatory safety management system, and you have to, FAA, put that rule out. Now, Mr. Bradbury was still serving as general counsel and acting deputy secretary of the department. You would have thought, now that he's gotten a directive by Congress to put out this rule, he would have said, hey, we have one. We've been debating it for a while, but now we've had two crashes. It's really clear that the safety culture needs to be upgraded. Everybody agrees, all experts, this is the great system. Let's implement it. But he didn't. He didn't move forward, even after Congress mandated it. And after Mr. Bradbury's confirmation hearing in front of the Commerce Committee last month, the families of the 737 MAX crashes released a statement saying his testimony purporting to prioritize aviation safety, quote, shows a complete disregard for the 84 people who died in plane crashes in the United States in the last month, end quote. But Mr. Bradbury's troubling record doesn't stop just with transportation. During his time at the Department of Justice during the Bush administration, Mr. Bradbury authored what we now know now as the widely known torture memos, justifying the use of waterboarding and other torture techniques. The Department of Justice, in the Office of Professional Responsibility, reviewed these memos and raised doubts about them, quote, saying the objectivity and reasonableness, end quote, of these legal analysis. DOJ also found evidence that Mr. Bradbury's legal analysis, quote, were written with the goal of allowing the ongoing CIA program to continue. So Mr. Bradbury then, at the Department of Justice, was writing rules that fit the outcome that he wanted instead of looking objectively at what the American people needed. These legal opinions were contrary to what this nation stands for. Later, the Senate refused to confirm Mr. Bradbury as Assistant Attorney General during the Bush administration, and Congress passed the McCain-Feinstein Amendment to the 2016 NDAA, codifying the illegality of those torture methods, those very torture methods that Mr. Bradbury said were okay. We passed a law to basically change what this guy's legal opinion was because it was so bad. And so now, when the Senate is asked to provide advice and consent on Mr. Bradbury's nomination to be General Counsel of the Transportation Department, I think you should look back at what happened then. Two of our Republican colleagues voted against his nomination because of the torture memos. They rightly concluded that he was not right to fit in the Department of Justice role. I'm saying today, what do you need to know? He didn't fight for strong safety rules at the Department of Transportation before. He's not going to fight for them now. It's really clear that our aviation safety system needs strong leadership at the FAA. Not someone who's going to write the rule to fit business, but write the rule to fit safety. As if these issues weren't concerning enough, there is another issue. During his confirmation hearing, I asked Mr. Bradbury what about the conflicts of interest that appear to be mounting between Elon Musk and the FAA? You know, I thought a smart lawyer, because your job is to be general counsel, could really give guidance to the Secretary of Transportation, give guidance to the FAA administrator, the acting one, and could say, these are the ways in which Elon Musk should not pass go, would be a conflict of interest, would be a problem at the FAA, given that there are already issues that are really clearly in front of us. So I said, tell us, where do you think those conflict of interests exist? Of course, at the hearing, he kind of demurred. And I said, you know what, Mr. Bradbury, you can give me for the record, where exactly do you think there's a conflict of interest? But he didn't just evade my answers. He basically said that he thought that it was an excellent idea to have Elon Musk and SpaceX making changes to the FAA air traffic control system. In fact, he said that he didn't, quote, see the potential for a conflict, end quote, with the SpaceX employees having access to the FAA. Of course, we know now that 3 SpaceX engineers were recently hired as special government employees at the FAA and were immediately granted conflict of interest waivers by the Trump administration so they could work on matters at the FAA. Why? Because they had, quote, direct and predictable effects upon the financial interests of SpaceX, end quote. So in other words, the Trump administration conceded that conflicts of interest do exist, and they're going to let them happen anyway, and they went to get a waiver. The conflicts of interest for Mr. Musk and SpaceX at the FAA is obvious. Let me just say, though, first, you can have all sorts of broadband solutions, including satellite solutions. But when you're talking about the air traffic controller system, that kind of system is inferior to fiber. Why? Because of speed, capacity, cost, weather, all sorts of issues. And when there's chaos, we need certainty and predictability. So we are seeing a conflict play out right before our eyes. According to a Bloomberg report, one of SpaceX engineers who was granted a conflict of interest waiver recently told the FAA that SpaceX planned to send 4,000 Starlink terminals to the agency. For what? We're still trying to find out. The FAA already entered into a $2 billion contract with Verizon in 2023 to upgrade its telecommunications network. But Mr. Musk's own tweet suggests he wants to cancel the FAA's contract with Verizon. He's saying that they are failing. He wants them to use his product instead. And yet, Mr. Bradbury apparently doesn't even see the potential. He doesn't even see the potential for the conflict of interest. It doesn't stop with Starlink as a broadband supplier. Just last week, SpaceX Starship heavy lift rocket malfunctioned and broke apart over the Caribbean before it reached orbit. Dangerous debris fell from the sky. The FAA smartly halted flights in the area to ensure safety, and thankfully no one was injured. The FAA initiated an immediate investigation into SpaceX to determine what happened. The investigation presents another clear conflict of interest. As we know, Mr. Musk doesn't think FAA safety rules should apply to him. Last September, the FAA fined Mr. Musk and SpaceX for failing to comply with specific requirements in its launch license. Afterwards, after getting fined, Mr. Musk made a spectacle calling for the firing of the FAA administrator. That's right, the FAA fined him, and then he called for the FAA administrator. Oh, wait 1 second. The FAA administrator that passed this body 98-0, because everybody here thought he was going to do a great job. But Mr. Bradbury doesn't think Elon Musk has a conflict of interest, but Elon Musk can basically say to the President of the United States, fire the FAA administrator that we all said we thought would do a good job. Now, we all know Mr. Whitaker wasn't going to stick around and put up without being backed up for the safety work that he was doing. And now we don't have a Senate-confirmed head of the FAA. Why? Because Mr. Whitaker didn't want to stay around if everybody was going to let Donald Trump do whatever the heck he wanted when it came to the FAA. All this because he got fined for violating safety rules. So, I really don't understand what Mr. Bradbury doesn't understand, that he can't write down on a piece of paper where real conflict of interest exists. We need new leadership in the Department of Transportation so that we can continue to stand up to safety issues. I do not believe Mr. Bradbury is that person. Mr. Bradbury sees bureaucratic hurdles when other people see safety safeguard. He sees red tape where we see life-saving protections. He sees the objective of having a light-touch FAA, and we see the objective of having safety be the primary purpose, because you can't win at aviation if you don't win at aviation safety first. Ask the people of the Pacific Northwest. The catastrophes of the MAX crashes not only lost lives, they cost billions of dollars. So not adhering to safety is hardly a winning economic solution. So Mr. Bradbury hasn't shown us the leadership on safety. He has not shown the fidelity of upholding the law, of even respecting Congress. He has not shown us the courage that it takes to stand up and make sure that safety is implemented. And the consequences of putting the wrong person in place are measured in human lives, not dollars. Human lives. The Boeing 737 MAX families know this. Yesterday was the 6th anniversary of the Ethiopian Airlines crash that claimed 157 lives. Family members like Javier de Luis and Nadia Milaron, who have now oriented their lives around making aviation safer. I so appreciate their advocacy, but the people at the FAA should be doing the same. I urge my colleagues to vote against the nomination of Stephen Bradbury, and I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator from Texas.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent to complete my remarks prior to the scheduled roll call vote.
Without objection.
Well, Mr. President, it's another week in Washington, and I think maybe the 52nd day since President Trump was inaugurated. And we're seeing the compliant mainstream media continue to spread falsehoods about the work of the Department of Government Efficiency and Elon Musk. As I've said before, the federal government has a spending problem. And like with any addiction, getting clean and solving that problem is not necessarily easy or comfortable, but it is long overdue and absolutely necessary. With the national debt at $36.2 trillion and counting, we have to start somewhere, and little things add up. And what better place to start than the waste, fraud, and abuse that DOGE is identifying? This has long been a bipartisan issue. I can think of everything dating back to the Grace Commission, where waste, fraud, and abuse was a bipartisan target, but apparently not with President Trump in the office and not with Elon Musk in charge of the effort to identify the spending. If you take a look at most things that the federal government is cutting at the recommendation of DOGE, it becomes harder and harder to become a DOGE skeptic, unless you're just blind to what they are doing. Last week I mentioned the waste that DOGE had identified with subscriptions and software licenses. And people may think, well, that's no big deal, but there's no reason taxpayers should be footing the bill for expensive subscriptions that go unused. DOGE uncovered the potential for massive fraud with an audit they conducted of government credit cards. At the beginning of the audit, there were 4.6 million active government credit cards, 4.6 million. After 2 weeks, DOGE identified nearly 150,000 credit cards that were thankfully unused or unneeded and closed both down. And I'm sure there's more to be done with 4.6 million active credit cards. There's no reason for so many government employees to have direct access to spending taxpayer money at the click of a button or swipe of a credit card. This is basic and would never happen in the private sector or in our individual lives. But the federal government, before this administration and before DOGE, these were commonplace and have been overlooked for way too long. There's some instances of fraud that we've known about for some time, but it's taken the Trump administration and DOGE to identify it and fix it. For example, the Government Accountability Office submitted a report to Congress last April, estimating that the federal government loses between $223 billion and $521 billion every year as a result of improper payments. The federal government's making improper payments and spending potentially up to $500 billion. Naturally, this was an opportunity for DOGE to identify this waste of taxpayer dollars. DOGE found payments to illegal immigrants using multiple Social Security numbers to submit Medicare claims, something for which they are not legally entitled. They found $57,000 in Medicare payments in 2020 for a patient who actually was recorded to have died 14 years earlier. It's amazing. You can continue to charge for Medicare payments 14 years after your death. In one particularly egregious instance, an illegal immigrant with a warrant out for her arrest was receiving more than $100,000 in loans from the Small Business Administration. But the waste and abuse of tax dollars goes beyond mere inefficiencies. Some of the other line items on the DOGE cutting floor are so patently absurd, it would make your blood boil. For example, last week, the National Institute of Health canceled more than $500 million in grants for transgender experiments on mice. You can't make this stuff up. It's stranger than fiction. In a similar vein, NIH also canceled millions in woke grants ranging from promoting healthy relationships among transgender youth to delivering transgender services via telehealth. I think if you ask most taxpayers how they'd like their money to be spent, these programs would not make the cut. But that's not all. NIH is also canceling research grants that were going to universities in China. They canceled a grant for $1.7 million going to the Peking University in Beijing for the, quote, China Health and Retirement Longitudinal Study, close quote. Once again, I think American taxpayers would prefer to focus on things here at home, including their own retirement savings, rather than sending millions of dollars to China to study health and retirement security in a country which is our chief geopolitical rival. But that's not all. The list goes on. A group called the Inter-American Foundation has been significantly reduced after DOGE found egregious misuse of tax dollars, including over $900,000 going towards alpaca farming in Peru. That's on top of $800,000 for vegetable gardens in El Salvador, and more than $700,000 to improve the marketability of mushrooms and peas in Guatemala. I know that children frequently squirm at the dinner table when they're told they have to eat their vegetables, but I don't think this is an area where most people think our tax dollars should be spent. Unfortunately, this waste doesn't stop at the vegetable aisle. This foundation also spent more than $600,000 to expand the sales of fruit and jam in Honduras, as well as nearly $500,000 on improving the production of artisanal salt in Ecuador. Artisanal salt in Ecuador. Well, thank goodness the Department of Government Efficiency and Mr. Musk were key to identifying these egregious abuses of the taxpayer. But they've been going on for a long time until the Trump administration came along. So I'm grateful that now some of these outrageous expenditures of tax dollars are being exposed and dealt with. As I said earlier, Washington, D.C. has a spending problem. And like any addiction, it's hard to kick the habit, especially after you become adjusted to it. But it's time for a little cold turkey when it comes to this addiction. And many people who benefit from this gravy train don't want it to end. So naturally, many of our colleagues on the other side are concerned about DOGE, and they want to suggest that everything the federal government does is absolutely perfect. They wouldn't change a thing. But they don't really have any real substantive response to these outrageous examples that I'm mentioning here. They wouldn't change a thing. They see these stats and they tell you, don't believe your lying eyes. But those of us who've looked into it, who've taken the time to study what's been exposed, know otherwise. The government is not infallible. We have an unsustainable level of federal debt that threatens our economy and our national security. And the truth is, the Trump administration and Republicans are hard at work trying to address it to make the government more efficient and more affordable for American families. So once again, I'd like to do something that you don't hear very often here in D.C. these days, and thank Elon Musk for his service to our country in performing this essential and long overdue role. Mr. President, I yield the floor. Consent to waive the mandatory quorum call with respect to the Bradbury nomination.
Without objection. The clerk will report the motion to invoke cloture.
Cloture motion, we, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close debate on the nomination of Stephen Bradbury of Virginia to be Deputy Secretary of Transportation, signed by 17 senators.
By unanimous consent, the mandatory quorum call has been waived. The question is it the sense of the Senate that debate on the nomination of Stephen Bradbury of Virginia to be the Deputy Secretary of Transportation shall be brought to a close? The yeas and nays are mandatory under the rule. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt-Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn. Mr. Lee. Thank you. Ms. Cortez Masto. Mr. Cotton. Mr. Kramer. Mr. Crapo. Mr. Cruz. Mr. Curtis. Mr. Daines. Ms. Duckworth. Mr. Durbin. Thank you. Ms. Ernst. Mr. Fetterman. Mrs. Fisher. Mr. Gallego. Thank you. Mrs. Gillibrand. Mr. Graham. Mr. Grassley. Mr. Haggerty. Ms. Hassan. Mr. Hawley. Mr. Heinrich. Mr. Hickenlooper. Ms. Hirono. Mr. Hoven. Mr. Husted. Mrs. Hyde-Smith. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Justice. Mr. Kane. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kennedy. Mr. Kim. Mr. King. Ms. Klobuchar. Mr. Langford. Mr. Lee. Mr. Lujan. Ms. Lummis. Mr. Markey. Mr. Marshall. Mr. McConnell. Mr. McCormick. Mr. Merkley. Mrs. Moody. Mr. Moran. Mr. Marino. Mr. Mullen. Ms. Murkowski. Mr. Murphy. Mrs. Murray. Mr. Ossoff. Mr. Padilla. Mr. Paul. Mr. Peters. Mr. Reed. Mr. Ricketts. Mr. Risch. Ms. Rosen. Mr. Rounds. Mr. Sanders. Mr. Schatz. Mr. Schiff. Mr. Schmidt. Mr. Schumer. Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina. Mrs. Shaheen. Got him. Mr. Sheehy. Thanks. Ms. Slotkin. Ms. Smith. Mr. Sullivan. Mr. Thune. Mr. Tillis. Mr. Tuberville. Mr. Van Hollen. Mr. Warner. Mr. Warnock. Ms. Warren. Mr. Welch. Mr. Whitehouse. Mr. Wicker. Mr. Wyden. Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Cornyn, Crapo, Daines, Gallego, Grassley, Lee, Lummis, Moody, Ricketts, Sheehy, and Sullivan. Didn't I say Graham? Yeah. Oh. Guess who? Mr. Graham, aye. Senators voting, thank you, in the negative: Fetterman, Hassan, Heinrich, Klobuchar, Lujan, and Sanders. Mr. Curtis, aye. Mr. Scott of Florida, aye. Mrs. Gillibrand, no. Mr. Cassidy, aye. Mr. McCormick, aye. Mr. Welch, no. Mr. Marshall, aye. Mr. Rounds, aye. Mr. Husted, aye.
She's got it all worked out.
Ms. Baldwin, no. Mr. Kelly? No. Ms. Hirono? No. Mr. Bennett? No. Mr. Langford, aye. Mr. Warner? No. Mr. Young, aye. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, aye. Mr. Grassley, aye. Mr. Wyden, no. Ms. Warren, no. Ms. Ernst, aye. Mr. Markey, no. Mr. Merkley, no. Mr. Kane, no. Ms. Cortez Masto, no. Mr. Padilla, no. Ms. Collins, aye. Mr. Booker, no. Mr. Schiff, no. Mr. Moran, aye. Mr. Ossoff, no. Mr. Schatz, no. Ms. Cantwell, no. Mr. Peters, no. Mr. Whitehouse, no. Mrs. Murray, no. Mr. Kennedy, aye. Mr. Haggerty, aye. Mrs. Hyde-Smith, aye. Mr. Reed, no. Mr. Murphy? No. Mr. Blumenthal? No. Mr. Schumer? No. Ms. Rosen, no. Mr. Bozeman, aye. Mr. Cruz, aye. Mr. Barrasso, aye. Mr. Hawley, aye. Mr. Hickenlooper, no. Ms. Smith, no. Ms. Blunt Rochester, no. Mr. King, no. Mr. Marino, Aye. Mr. Gallego? Mr. Gallego, no. Mrs. Capito? Aye. Mr. Kim? No. Mr. Banks, aye. Mrs. Blackburn? Aye. Mrs. Britt? Aye. Well, Mr. Cotton? Aye. Mr. Warnock, no. Mr. Wicker, aye. Mr. Thune, aye. Mr. Tuberville, aye. Mr. Mullen, aye. Ms. Also Brooks, no. Mr. Schmidt, aye. Mr. Risch, aye. Mr. Coons, no. Mr. McConnell, aye. Mr. Kramer, aye. Mr. Tillis, aye. Mr. Budd, aye. Mr. Johnson, aye. Mrs. Fisher, aye. Mr. Van Hollen, no. Mr. Hoven, aye. Mr. Paul, no. Ms. Murkowski, aye. Mrs. Shaheen, no. Mr. Durbin, no.
Motion is agreed to. Under the previous order, the Senate stands in recess until 2:15 p.m. Okay, I know you guys will miss me.
The Senate will come to order. Under the previous order, the question occurs on the nomination. Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks, you can go. Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks. I got him. Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt. Aye. Thank you. got you? Ernst? Got you too. I did, thank you. Thank you. Yeah, I got you, thank you. Mr. Budd. Ms. Cantwell. Mrs. Capito. Mr. Cassidy. Thank you, thank you. Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons. Thank you. Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kem, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Marino, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, I got him, Mr. Young, Senators voting in the affirmative: Bozeman, Britt, Collins, Kramer, Crapo, Cruz, Daines, Ernst, Grassley, Haggerty, Hoven, Husted, Hyde-Smith, Johnson, Kennedy, Langford, Lee, Marshall, Moran, Ricketts, Risch, Rounds, Scott of Florida, Scott of South Carolina, Tillis, and Tuberville. Mr. McCormick, aye. Mr. Paul voted in the negative. Mr. Cotton, aye. Mr. Schmidt, aye. Mrs. Capito, aye. Mr. Thune, aye. Mr. Barrasso, aye. Mr. Reed, no. Mr. Hawley, aye. Mr. Padilla, no. Mr. Cassidy, aye. Mr. Murphy, no. Ms. Klobuchar, no. Mrs. Fisher, aye. Mr. Sheehy, aye. Mr. Gallego, no. Mr. Wicker, aye. Mr. McConnell, aye. Mr. Graham, aye. Lummis. Ms. Lummis, aye. Mr. Budd, aye. Ms. Cantwell, no. Mr. Cornyn, aye. Ms. Murkowski, aye. Mr. Marino, aye. Mr. Banks, aye. Mr. Kim, no. Mr. Warnock, no. Ms. Blunt Rochester, no. Mr. Young, aye. Mr. Mullen, aye. Mr. Sullivan, aye. Mr. Curtis, aye. Mrs. Blackburn, aye. Mr. Whitehouse, no.
I am going to introduce legislation sanctions 500% tariff on any country that buys oil, gas, or goods from Russia if they don't come to the peace agreement. Russia. Anybody that buys stuff from Russia, whether the Chinese buy their oil, gas, you just buy oil and gas that you don't care about. I'm trying to drive them to the table. And if we ever get a peace deal, I want to have pre-invasion sanctions this time. Here's what happens to you if you vote. Just bucket level every time. Section 230. Yeah, unless it's just too long to be elected. Okay. But we need. You've been busy. So the toss of one for.
This is what we were talking about today. Do we have another stack on top of it?
We do. We do.
Right afterwards?
Yeah. Mr. Kelly, no. Mrs. Moody, aye. Mr. Hickenlooper, no. Mr. Blumenthal, no. Mr. Sanders, no. Ms. Smith, no. Ms. Hassan, no. Mr. Warner, no. Mr. Lujan, no. Mr. Heinrich, no. Mr. Wyden, no. Mr. Booker, no. Ms. Rosen, no. Mrs. Shaheen, no. Mr. Durbin, no. Mr. Merkley, no. Mrs. Murray, no. Ms. Baldwin, no. Mr. Schiff, no. Mr. Kane, no. Ms. Cortez Masto, no. Mr. Schatz, no. Ms. Hirono, no. Ms. Warren, no. Mr. King, no. Mr. Ossoff, no. Ms. Alsterbrooks, no. Mr. Markey, no. Mr. Van Hollen, no. Mr. Bennett, no. It's still the first one. Mr. Peters, no. Mr. Coons, no. Mr. Schumer, no. Mr. Welch, no. Mrs. Gillibrand, no. Mr. Fetterman, no.
On this vote, the yeas are 51, the nays are 46, and the nominee is confirmed. Under the previous order, the motion to reconsider is considered made and laid upon the table, and the President will be immediately notified of the Senate's action.
Mr. President.
The Senator from Wyoming.
Yes, unanimous consent to waive the mandatory quorum call with respect to the Slater nomination.
Is there an objection? Without objection. By unanimous consent, The clerk will report the motion to invoke cloture.
Cloture motion. We, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a closed debate on the nomination of Abigail Slater of the District of Columbia to be an Assistant Attorney General, signed by 17 senators.
By unanimous consent, the mandating quorum call has been waived. The question is it the sense of the Senate that debate on the nomination of Abigail Slater, the District of Columbia, to be an Assistant Attorney General shall be brought to a close? The yeas and nays are mandatory under the rule. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks,
Yes.
Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Brett, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Moreno, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Mr. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Also Brooks, Banks, Barrasso, Britt, Cantwell, Coons, Kramer, Crapo, Daines, Gallego, Graham, Grassley, Husted, McCormick, Mullen, Peters, Risch, Rosen, Scott of South Carolina, Smith, Warren, Welch, Whitehouse, Wicker, Wyden, Young. Senators voting in the negative: Blumenthal, Blunt Rochester, Fetterman, Gillibrand, Heinrich, Lujan, Markey, Ossoff, Padilla, Paul, Sanders, Schatz, Van Hollen. Murray, Mrs. Murray, no. Mr. King, aye. Mr. Marshall, aye. Mr. Booker, aye. Ms. Klobuchar, aye. Mr. Schumer, no. Mr. Durbin, aye. Mr. Merkley, no. Mr. Murphy, no. Mr. Ricketts, aye. Ms. Collins, aye. Ms. Ernst, aye. Mr. Sheehy, aye. Mrs. Blackburn, aye. Mr. Scott of Florida, aye. Mr. Hoven, aye. Mr. Lee, aye. Mrs. Capito, aye. Mr. Kim, aye. Mr. Cornyn, aye. Mr. Curtis, aye. Mr. Tuberville, aye. Ms. Baldwin, aye. Mr. Langford, aye. Mr. Warner, no. Ms. Cortez Masto, aye. Mrs. Shaheen, aye. Mr. Schmidt, aye. Mr. Hickenlooper, aye. Mr. Kennedy, aye. Mr. Rounds, Aye. Mrs. Hyde-Smith. Mrs. Hyde-Smith. Aye. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kelly. Aye. Mr. Thune. Mr. Thune. Aye. Mr. Schiff. Mr. Schiff. Aye. Mr. Kane. Mr. Kane. Aye. Mr. Cotton. Mr. Cotton. Aye. Mrs. Fisher. Mrs. Fisher. Aye. Mr. Moran. Mr. Moran. Aye. Mr. Bozeman. Mr. Bozeman. Aye. Mr. Bennett. Mr. Bennett. Aye. Mr. Reed. Mr. Reed. No. Mr. Sullivan. Mr. Sullivan, aye. Mr. Warnock. Mr. Warnock, aye. Mr. Budd. Mr. Budd, aye. Mr. Cassidy. Mr. Cassidy, aye. Ms. Lummis. Ms. Lummis. Aye. Mr. Tillis. Mr. Tillis. Aye. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Johnson. Aye. Mr. Moreno. Mr. Moreno. Aye. Ms. Markowski. Ms. Markowski. Aye. Mrs. Moody, aye. Ms. Hirono, no. Mr. Haggerty, aye. Mr. Padilla, aye. Mr. McConnell, aye. Ms. Hassan, aye. Mr. Cruz, aye.
The yeas are 77, the nays are 19. The motion is agreed to. The clerk will report the nomination.
Nomination, Department of Justice, Abigail Slater of the District of Columbia to be an Assistant Attorney General.
Mr. President.
The senator from Washington.
Mr. President, if House Republicans don't think they need us when writing a bill, why should they expect us to support that bill? Especially when it comes to taking funding away from our families who depend on it and hurt our communities and give away Congress's power over key funding decisions. Instead of working with Democrats to invest in working people all across our country and make sure our constituents have their voices heard in government funding, Speaker Johnson abandoned talks and rolled out a bill that includes major cuts. It cuts non-defense discretionary funding by $15 billion in total in 2025 and hands a blank check to Trump and Elon Musk to pick winners and losers and steal from our constituents. Make no mistake, the entire bill the House is voting on today is House Republicans' own doing, and it is a dumpster fire. So I'm here to sound the alarm about that fire before it spreads. But first, I need everyone to understand, the choice is not dumpster fire or shutdown. I should know. I introduced another option yesterday. It's a short-term CR that would give us the time to finish doing our job and negotiate bipartisan full-year bills. There's no reason we cannot do that, and there is every reason that every single one of us should prefer actual bills that we write to help people over the bill that just empowers two billionaires who are running our government into the ground and our economy into a recession. I really want to make sure all of my colleagues understand how bad this bill is. So if anyone thinks this bill from House Republicans is going to avoid chaos or avoid pain for our country, listen up, because it is only going to add to the chaos. This is not a, quote, clean CR, as some Republicans claim. It cuts programs our communities rely on, and that includes a major 44% cut to Army Corps projects that help mitigate against floods and hurricanes and much else. It cuts medical research into diseases and conditions affecting service members and their families by more than $1 billion. That is over 40%. It leaves a massive $280 million shortfall in NIH's budget, and that is a big cut to research that saves lives. It leaves a shortfall for housing programs. We're talking about 32,000 fewer vouchers. And that, Mr. President, is just scratching the surface. It also completely lacks the basic guardrails we include in all of our funding bills on a bipartisan basis each and every year to make sure that our states and our communities are taken care of and not just subject to the whims of Trump administration or any administration to pick winners and losers. House Republicans are not trying to responsibly fund the government. They are trying to turn it into a slush fund for Trump and Musk to wield as they see fit so that they can shift their focus entirely to tax cuts for billionaires. Right now, we, Congress, have the power of the purse. We have that power to fight for our states, to fight for our families, to bring federal dollars back home and build bridges and feed families and care for veterans and fight for fentanyl, whatever our communities tell us they need. We should not cede that power with this bill. That is really worth sitting with for a minute. We all chose to be here in Congress. We chose to take on this role so we could advocate for causes and communities that we care about and work in a bipartisan manner to reach compromise to make sure that our causes and our communities get the support they need. House Republicans' full-year CR would instead pass the buck to Elon Musk and unelected political appointees to decide who gets funded and who doesn't. Is that not why each and every one of us was actually elected? To fight for our states and to fight for our communities as the people who know them best? I certainly know that's true for me. I've worked for years with colleagues on both sides of the aisle to make sure that people back home who trusted us when we said we'd fight for them always know Congress has their back. So really think about that before you vote to make your voice mean less for the rest of this fiscal year, because it is terrifying to think of what unelected political appointees would do. We've already gotten an alarming preview of how Trump will threaten to cut off states and cities that might disagree with him. And Elon will totally warp the government to benefit his companies and hurt his competitors. I have to say, our bipartisan appropriations process is not always easy, but it is a heck of a lot better than handing over our decision-making to this or to any administration. Voting against this bill is about standing for communities and families who actually rely on the funding. And for our ability, Mr. President, every one of us, for our ability to be a voice for our constituents in Congress. Because what is going to happen when perhaps medical research funding gets sucked away from cancer and Alzheimer's, all because a scientist somewhere worked previously and said that vaccines are safe, and all of a sudden his funding's gone? What happens when you can't get a bridge replaced because the political appointees at DOT don't like the policies your mayor is advocating for? What happens when they reduce staffing at national parks in your backyard because your governor won't deny climate change? The bipartisan directives Congress provides each year with our funding bills help guard against that kind of thing for any administration. And all of that is missing from this disastrous slush fund CR. Through bipartisan compromise, we make sure our communities have a voice at the table. Our taxpayer dollars have a return on their taxes. We should reject this bill. We should pass a short-term CR to avoid a shutdown. And then, Mr. President, we should do our job and work on full year spending bills like we were sent here to do. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
The senator from Alaska.
Mr. President, I'm scheduled to be part of a colloquy here in just a couple minutes, but I wanted to make a comment about what the senator from Washington has shared. And I'm going to use a term that maybe some people are not familiar with. We are in a Morton's fork. Morton's fork. We've heard about fork in the road. Some people know what a Hobson's choice is. But a Morton's fork is a choice between two equally unpleasant alternatives. And if this isn't where we are right now, ladies and gentlemen, I don't know what is. As Senator Murray has outlined, a long-term CR, when we have already done our appropriations work and we're not able to get to that work, instead, we basically give the administration the ability to direct within the funding levels, but direct as they will see fit through the end of September, is something that I think many of us, certainly this appropriator, doesn't really feel comfortable with. I spent a lot of time within my appropriations subcommittee working very hard in the Department of Interior to make sure that we knew whether it was funding for wildland firefighters or what we were doing within BIA or within any of the other agencies, that we did what people asked and expected us to do. We did those bills, and I think we did a pretty good job. Mine moved out of full committee unanimously. And then they didn't advance. And so here we are sitting at a place where we have to take either the choice of a long-term CR and basically give up the work that we have done as a Congress, or we move to a government shutdown, an equally untenable and equally unpleasant alternative, and one that, quite honestly, we should not be in this position. We should not be in this place where we have two bad choices for our government, for the people of this country. We can do better. I agree, Senator Murray, I wish that what we were able to advance is a short-term CR that would allow us to move to finish up our appropriations bills, do our work, and then start moving on FY26. I don't know whether it's possible between now and the end of day on March 14th. But I, for one, am at a place where I'm just beside myself that we are in a place where we feel that we have no good alternatives. We are in a Morton's fork.
President.
Senator from New Hampshire.
Mr. President, I'm pleased to be able to come to the floor today to support Ukraine. And I'm especially pleased that we have colleagues from both sides of the aisle who are here to support the Ukrainians in this unjust war against Russia. Now, I understand and appreciate the desire for peace in Ukraine. And I understand why we should end the senseless killing of innocent people. And I think if you ask Ukrainians, they want this war to end too. They're watching how this war is destroying their country. But the best way to make a deal here is to give Ukraine as much leverage as possible. I'm pleased to hear today that there is the potential for a ceasefire, that as part of that, U.S. intelligence sharing would be turned back on. I think we should also keep sanctions on Russia. I think NATO membership should be on the table for Ukraine because Vladimir Putin only understands strength. When he invaded Crimea in 2014, a lot of people, including myself, didn't think our response was strong enough. We were concerned that Vladimir Putin couldn't be trusted to abide by negotiated agreements. And 3 years ago, of course, Putin proved us right when he directed his forces to attack Ukraine again in a full-scale invasion. His missiles struck kindergartens and maternity wards, and they continue to strike innocent civilians. His soldiers carried out massacres in places like Bucha, where just a few weeks ago I saw firsthand, along with Senators Bennett and Tillis, the lingering effects and trauma of what Vladimir Putin and the Russians did in Bucha. We heard about the indiscriminate murdering of civilians the rape and the torture of innocent bystanders. Well, Russian soldiers rushed into Ukraine from the north, from the south, and from the east, and many predicted that the country would fall within weeks, if not days. But as we stand on the floor today, Ukraine is still standing, and that's thanks in no small part to the strong bipartisan support that Ukraine has enjoyed here in Congress. And I think that support, that strong bipartisan support, has been there because we understand that this is a fight for democracy. This is a fight to stop the overturning of the international rules-based order, to stop a dictator like Vladimir Putin from going into a country and thinking just because he wants to take it over, he can. And we know that not only are our allies watching what happens here, but so are our adversaries. North Korea is already fighting on Russia's side against the Ukrainians. Iran is providing missiles. China is providing support. They are watching what America does here. We understand as Republican and Democratic senators that to have a lasting peace in Ukraine, we need to make sure that Russia is accountable and that we have security guarantees. Now, there are a number of ways to do that, and they don't necessarily mean U.S. troops on the ground or even NATO troops on the ground. Europe is working through different options. As I said, Senator Tillis and I were recently in Ukraine, along with Senator Bennett. And we saw firsthand that despite Russia's advantages in size and manpower, that Ukrainians are not giving up. Ukraine now has one of the most advanced militaries in the world, the most advanced in Europe. I came away impressed by their ingenuity, their ability to innovate in the face of Russian aggression. Ukrainians are sharing those lessons from the battlefield with our United States military. They're helping us prepare for the wars of the future. And it's not just something that we understand in Congress is important, but my constituents in New Hampshire understand how important it is that we support the Ukrainians. And I brought with me today a poster from a community effort in New Hampshire that has raised $4 million to support the people and children, particularly of Ukraine. They've provided 3 million plus pounds of food, 10,000 sleeping bags, hundreds of generators. 900 children are in trauma counseling because of their effort. They've raised over $4 million from New Hampshire to support the Ukrainians. And Americans across this country understand why this fight is important to us. It's why we're here on the floor today, to reiterate that we stand with Ukraine. And I urge all of my colleagues who support Ukraine, Republicans and Democrats alike, to join us. Join us in speaking up for Ukrainian sovereignty and territorial integrity. Join us in pushing to strengthen Ukraine's place at the negotiating table. Join us in calling on Moscow to withdraw from the Ukrainian territory that is seized. Thousands of Ukrainians have given their lives in this fight. They've been on the front lines for all of us. As a group of women in the Ukrainian military said to me in the first year of the war, give us the equipment, give us the arms so that we can fight the Russians, so that you in America don't have to. Well, they've been on the front lines for all of us, defending the international order that has served American interests since the end of World War II. I hope we will continue to support them in that effort. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield to my colleague, Senator Murkowski.
The senator from Alaska.
Mr. President, I'm pleased to be here on the floor today with the senator from New Hampshire, as well as other colleagues on both sides of the aisle, to speak in support of Ukraine. We're now more than 3 years into Russia's unprovoked, brutal war against Ukraine. I think we are encouraged by the news that we are seeing advance this afternoon with the talks in Saudi Arabia between the United States and Ukrainian officials as they talk about the potential for a ceasefire, the potential for the U.S. to restore military support and intelligence sharing. These are promising developments. I think we all want to arrive at that place where we see peace. But when we talk about how the peace is gained, I think, again, the discussions that are had on this floor, those of us that have had an opportunity to go to Ukraine and see the situation on the ground ourselves, to speak with so many who are engaged in this effort, the stakes are not only about Ukraine's sovereignty. The stakes also include our values, our security, and our credibility as the leader of the free world. This is not just a regional conflict on the edge of Europe. It's a global test. It's a test of whether the international community will allow borders to be redrawn by force. A test of whether democracies will continue to stand together when authoritarian regimes literally try to rewrite the rules. And yes, it's a test. It's a test of American leadership in the 21st century. As was stated, the Ukrainian people are not asking us to fight their war. They are doing the fighting. It is their sons, it is their daughters that are dying. What they're asking of us as the world's leading democracy is to help us with the tools, help us with the arms, the ammunition, the logistical support, help them protect them, help them with the intelligence that can be provided through satellite imaging, help them so that they can protect themselves. And I think that we should be proud. We should be proud as Americans that we have helped to make a difference. We have helped Ukraine push back the Russian advance. It has prevented Kyiv from falling to Russia. It continues to help Ukrainian defenders hold the line there. So every weapon system, every round of ammunition and radar or drone that we have helped to provide, these aren't just supplies. These are literally lifelines to the people. And when we think about the people, I think it is important to also recognize another way that we have helped in this country. Senator Shaheen showed a picture of the Ukrainian families and the people in her state. In Alaska, we have welcomed, we have embraced, we have helped situate Ukrainian families who have sought refuge, who are here in a place like Alaska, in a place like New Hampshire, because where they call home is not safe to be. And so how we can support them is important, because when we support Ukraine, we're not just helping a nation in need, we're protecting and we're preserving the rules-based international order that has helped keep the peace for generations. And if we falter, others are watching. Others are watching the situation in Moscow, in Beijing, in Tehran, in Pyongyang. And so if it is seen that we are walking away from Ukraine, if we embrace appeasement, we embolden every aggressor around the globe. And more than that, it's our allies. It's our friends, our partners. They're watching us. And they're asking the question, is the United States a country that can be depended on? Are we seeing this alliance that we have had, that we have worked to nurture and build for 80 years? Are we seeing that fray? I understand absolutely the calls for restraint in our support, that the war costs too much. We need to be focusing on issues here at home. But again, the fight is bigger. The fight is bigger than that. It is significant, yes, for Ukraine, but it is about democratic values and standing up for democratic values. It's about stopping the expansionist ambitions of authoritarian regimes. Because I think we've got to be honest here. Look at history. Russia is not going to stop at Ukraine. In 2005, in his State of the Nation address, Putin said, quote, "The demise of the Soviet Union was the greatest geopolitical catastrophe of the century." And he's never hidden his ambitions from that statement. When Putin says the ongoing collapse of Western hegemony is irreversible, he means us. He means our allies and the broader narrative about the decline of Western influence. He wants NATO to be divided, and he wants the United States isolated. This works to his advantage. He just probably didn't expect that America was going to do it for him. Now, as an Alaskan, I get geography. I'm acutely aware of the threat a more aggressive Russia poses. Just across the Bering Sea, 2 miles separate the United States, Alaska's Little Diomede, and Russia's Big Diomede. We see Russia's military buildup when we see the Russian bombers that are flying in our ADIZ, when we see the Russian and the Chinese naval forces out in our waters. But we also know and have long known that a destabilized Europe means a more dangerous world for the United States. And this conflict may seem like a continent away, a long ways away, but the consequences are anything but distance. We all want this war to end, but it cannot end on Russia's terms. If it does, we should expect nothing more than a temporary respite before the resumption of hostilities. Why are we going to start trusting and believing Putin's word now, given his track record? We've seen this before. History doesn't lie, and the appeasement of tyrants does not bring peace. Russia started this conflict, and it's critical for us to stand with Ukraine to end it, not just because it's right, but because it's necessary. Mr. President, I yield the floor.
The senator from Vermont.
Thank you. I thank my colleagues, Republican and Democrat, for coming here to the floor today in support of our continued support for Ukraine. I was heartened, Mr. President, to hear today that President Zelensky is on board with the U.S. ceasefire proposal. That's good news. And it does highlight that President Zelensky has shown time and again that he's always willing to negotiate for peace. Putin has always been the aggressor, and that is why I believe we must stand with Ukraine. You know, the question before us today, whether we will continue to stand with Ukraine, has immense implications for the security of the United States, of our European allies, and of world peace. These are critical questions to get right. Should the United States stand by our 80-year-old security commitments in Europe? Should the United States stand behind the rules-based order established in the aftermath of the catastrophic World War II? Or should we abandon those rules, despite the fact that they have served our national security interests for so long? Those are the questions. You know, in the aftermath, Mr. President, of the horrors of World War II, in which more than 80 million people died, the United States did establish alliances and security commitments in Europe and determined that this was the way to avoid a World War III. Investments in NATO, armed forces in Europe, and European democracy and economic prosperity. We did not want to repeat what happened after World War I, where none of this was done, and it created the conditions for a Second World War. Perhaps most importantly, America asserted that it would defend a Europe so borders are not changed by force, where nations cannot invade weaker neighbors with impunity. Was that effort worth it in these past 80 years? Since some are now suggesting otherwise, I'd like to mention a few of the reasons why the post-World War II order in Europe, led by the United States and enacted by a treaty in this United States Senate, was a success in keeping the peace. No conflict. Europe has avoided a major war for 80 years.
the end of the USSR, Europe weathered the storm of the breakup of the Soviet Union, ushering in new countries committed to democratic values of freedom and democracy. Yugoslavia, Europe and NATO weathered the conflict and the breakup of the former Yugoslavia, demonstrating unprecedented EU-NATO cooperation and commitments in the Balkans to Western democratic values. Our European allies have always been there for us, including in the aftermath of 9/11. Economic values. Our commitments also ushered in the fall of communism and a vibrant European Union that is peaceful and democratic, a club that the Balkans, Eastern Europe, and now Ukraine want into. It's a testament to the success of the painstaking efforts that Republican and Democratic administrations, Republican majority and Democratic majority of United States Senate adhered to. But these commitments to European security, to NATO, and protecting territorial integrity weren't only good in the past. To say that these alliances and commitments are tired or worn out says that we're tired and we're worn out of peace and tired of maintaining peace for our citizens here in the United States. And that is a fatigue we can never succumb to, ever. Those values are needed today to protect Ukraine and Europe and the United States from a rampant, unlawful, invasive Russia. You know, Mr. President, since the fall of the Soviet Union, Ukraine, along with the rest of Eastern Europe and the Balkan states, has moved rapidly to reorient its politics and policies towards the European Union, toward democracy, toward freedom. It was, in fact, Ukraine's pursuit of a closer relationship with the EU that Putin, the autocrat, used as an excuse to interfere in Ukraine's internal affairs. The invasion of Ukraine also demonstrated the resilience of America's security relationships with Europe and NATO. Never has the European Command of the United States Armed Forces, designed and built to defend Western Europe against a Soviet invasion, has been called upon to coordinate the actual defense of European sovereign borders from the invasion from the East. Today, that's a reality. Europe also, very much our partner, saw the threat and rose to the occasion. In part, and I want to acknowledge President Trump's insistence on this, European countries have begun to increase their defense spending, as they should and as they must. They have done so, and they have stepped up by providing material, as we have, advanced missiles, drones, and other military technology for Ukraine. In fact, as a percentage of the gross domestic product, Europe has given more to Ukraine in support and weapons than the United States. We're doing it together. Mr. President, we cannot take for granted that we've had this peace in Europe for 80 years. We cannot take for granted that we did that. It was a result of that sustained commitment of members of this body on both sides of the aisle, of presidents of both parties. Our duty is to keep that alliance united at this stressful time. If Ukraine fails, we should not assume that the European security and our alliances there will survive. World War II ended 80 years ago. We've got to keep it 80 more. The senators that ratified the establishment of NATO and our American European commitments to peace and security on the European continent, they understood that our European alliances are critical to our own security. They would be rightly proud of their success story of 80 years of peace, of democracy, of freedom in Europe. But they'd be horrified at the threat that Putin now poses to Europe, threatening everything that we and those who came before us have worked for. Ukraine's integration with the rest of Europe, their own right to self-determination, Ukraine's battlefield courage, Ukraine's political commitment to democracy and freedom validate the 80 years of America's commitment to creating structures that can enforce and protect peace. Mr. President, turning away from Ukraine now, when it needs us most, could mean the end of that 80-year success story. We must stand by Ukraine and against that unlawful invasion by Mr. Putin. We must stand by our European allies, and we must reaffirm our continued dedication to the work of those who served here before us, to build the alliances, to sustain the alliances that have preserved the peace in Europe. Their future and ours depends on it. Mr. President, I yield back.
The senator from Maine.
Thank you, Mr. President. Before I begin my formal remarks, let me thank my neighbor from New Hampshire for organizing this bipartisan display of support for Ukraine. Mr. President, on February 24th, 2022, without justification, without provocation, Russia launched a full-scale, brutal invasion of its democratic neighbor, Ukraine, with missiles, air assaults, and army divisions. As John Adams said, facts are stubborn things, and the facts of what happened on that terrible day are undeniable. It was Russia which started the war. Many thought that Ukraine had no chance against the perceived might of the Russian armed forces. However, the Ukrainians fought so bravely against that initial onslaught, and since then, the West has come together with speed and clarity of purpose to support Ukraine. Senator McConnell stated it best last week by saying, Russia's horrible invasion of Ukraine has had a unifying effect on the world's democracies. Mr. President, as a result of the invasion, two nations, Sweden and Finland, joined NATO. Eastern Europe is completing a pivot away from Russia's energy sources, and NATO allies are surging to the 2% GDP goal for defense spending. As for the brave Ukrainians, they pushed back the initial Russian invaders and are now doing their best to hold the line in eastern Ukraine, despite Russian soldiers, ammunitions, and UAVs far outnumbering their Ukrainian counterparts. Ukraine decimated the Russian Black Sea Fleet and has forced Russia to augment its forces with North Korean soldiers and Iranian weapons systems. But despite the successes in the past 3 years, the war drags on with devastating consequences. 390,000 Ukrainians have been wounded, with more than 46,000 deaths so far. Hundreds of thousands of Ukrainian families have been displaced, and estimates are that approximately 29,000 civilian Ukrainians have lost their lives. In many cases, they were targeted by the Russians. Mr. President, it is not American troops who are dying on the Ukrainian front lines. It is the Ukrainians who are courageously defending their country, their democracy, their way of life. and their defenses directly connect to our efforts in NATO and the defense of Eastern Europe. If Vladimir Putin is allowed to succeed in Ukraine, as several of my colleagues have pointed out, he will not stop there. He will continue to pursue his dream, his goal of recreating the former Soviet Union. He has made that crystal clear. In my judgment, he would most likely seize Moldova next, again invade Georgia, as he did in 2008, threaten the Baltic states, and menace Poland and Finland. The best way to ensure that the United States is not drawn into a larger regional war in Europe, which would directly threaten American troops, is by helping Ukraine defend itself against this unprovoked invasion. The National Security Supplemental Appropriations Package that was signed into law last year included $15.4 billion to help Ukraine purchase American-made weapons. It is strengthening our military readiness, rebuilding our industrial base, and assisting our partners and allies at a volatile and dangerous time in world history. Mr. President, for the past 3 years, we have heard repeatedly the myth that somehow the European countries were not doing their part in helping to equip Ukraine. But let's take a look at the facts. As a percentage of GDP, the United States ranks 17th in support for Ukraine. The top 3 countries include Denmark, Estonia, and Latvia. These NATO nations are all in on supporting Ukraine's defenses because they understand that the stakes are so high. Furthermore, NATO allies have committed more than $185 billion to buy weapons and defense systems produced right here in the United States, which helps us sustain good jobs and strengthens the industrial base. Mr. President, both the Biden administration's slow walking of the delivery of weapons to Ukraine and the Trump administration's pausing military aid and intelligence sharing sent the wrong signal to an aggressive Russia. The decision this afternoon to restart U.S. military aid and intelligence sharing are welcome steps to strengthening Ukraine's position in negotiations. With the tentative ceasefire signed by Ukraine and now up for Russia's concurrence, resumed aid and intelligence sharing with our ally Ukraine allows that country to be in a much stronger position moving forward. Mr. President, history is filled with examples of well-intentioned leaders who sought to avoid war, but who actually made war more likely by refusing to recognize the evil with which they were confronted. Neville Chamberlain declared peace in our time, trying to appease Germany before World War II. We should not make the same mistake today by appeasing Russia. We cannot avert our eyes. We cannot leave an ally to fend for itself, and we must show resolve to deter possible future aggression by China, Iran, and North Korea. Mr. President, our adversaries are watching closely. our response in Ukraine. Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President,
The senator from Delaware.
Putin will only stop when we stop him. That piece of wisdom was shared with me on a trip to Europe by a former colleague, Senator McCain. And it seemed to me to predict what has now unfolded over the last 3 years. 3 years ago, I was in Europe with colleagues, visiting American troops training with NATO allies and partners in Poland and Lithuania on the day that the Russians began their illegal, unjustified, full-spectrum invasion of Ukraine. As more than 100,000 combat troops poured over the border, missiles flew in the air, jets bombed. The world recoiled in horror and watched, expecting that the Ukrainians would be overrun in just 3 days. Instead, President Zelensky, the elected president of a democracy, stood firm and stayed fast and defended his country. When offered a last-minute evacuation by America, he said, "I don't need a ride, I need ammunition." And I am thrilled to be on the floor today with a bipartisan group of my colleagues. Thank you to my colleague from New Hampshire for organizing this, to my colleague from Maine for her words, which I will agree with from beginning to end. We must deter Russia's aggression in Ukraine. If you look at who has joined the fight alongside Russia, Iran, North Korea, this is not a team America should be on. And if we look at who has come to the defense and aid of Ukraine, it is democracies from throughout Europe and the world, more than 50 countries, who in combination have done more than we have, significantly, to welcome Ukrainian refugees, to support the recovery of their economy, and to arm them in this ongoing, desperate, and critical fight for freedom in Ukraine. Who is Vladimir Putin? He is a brutal and aggressive dictator. He is a war criminal. He is someone who has used every ounce of power and resource at his grasp to shatter the peace of Europe that has lasted decades since the Second World War, and to attempt to drive a wedge between the United States and our European partners and allies. The bravery, the determination, the skill, and the capacity of the Ukrainian people to stand and fight is breathtaking. And all of us who've had the honor of visiting Kyiv, of visiting Ukraine, of spending time with those who behind the front line support their troops and those who have served and sacrificed have been forever changed. I had the opportunity with our former colleague and friend, Senator Portman, to go to Kyiv and to present the Liberty Medal from our National Constitution Center to President Zelensky, and to travel through a city shattered by war and to visit with people determined to continue their fight was as inspiring to me as I know it's been to many of my colleagues who've made that same trip. We are here today to ask, who are we and what will we do? We're Americans. We have stood alongside and fought alongside those who have pursued democracy, those who've stood up for liberty for decades around the world. And we should not shrink from this fight. We can and should insist on a just and lasting peace. We would all like to see this brutal war come to an end. We would all like to see the suffering stop. But to force on Ukraine a ceasefire that is really a surrender, masked as a ceasefire, would be to betray the sacrifice and the service of so many. Asking Ukraine to willingly give up conquered territory and recognize Russian sovereignty. Asking Ukraine to give up its desire for security and for integration into the West. To ask Ukraine to agree to limits on its military and its capacity to be prepared for what is a likely renewed Russian assault in the future. All of these would lead to not a neutral Ukraine, but a neutered Ukraine. We know what happens next. What happens next is that the world will look at whatever peace we can secure for Ukraine and ask, are we reliable? Is the United States
a reliable ally and partner. Putin has already suffered a strategic defeat. NATO has already been expanded. The border between NATO and Russia has doubled. Our partners throughout the world have come to this fight, and they are committing even more in recent weeks as Europe has stepped up to pledge hundreds of billions of dollars more. If we are to restore deterrence, if we are to sustain the peace, if we are to be the indispensable nation that we have worked and fought so long to be, we must finish the job. We must deter Putin from future aggression by demanding that Ukraine be secured by a just and lasting peace. The news today that intelligence and security cooperation has restarted is encouraging. But we have a resolution co-sponsored by all the members on the floor today that makes clear where we stand. We stand with Ukraine. We stand with democracy. We insist on a just and lasting peace in this instance, and we stand for Ukraine. Slava Ukraine.
Kentucky.
My views on America's interest in Ukraine are well known. I spent the better part of the last 3 years here on this floor pointing out the glaring connections between European security and the security of America's interests all across the globe. Core national security interests that determine our prosperity. Ukraine's victory and stability in Europe is squarely in the interest of the United States, our interest. Europe is our largest trading partner. Russia is a thuggish autocracy with an economy smaller than Italy's. The Russian economy is smaller than Italy's. There's simply no equivalence. There's no grand realignment opportunity that's gone unnoticed. So let me start with this. The most harmful positive outcome of Russia's invasion of Ukraine for U.S. interest would be this headline: Russia wins, America loses. Russia wins, America loses. We can't let that be how this ends. But look at where we are right now. On one side, fellow members of the most successful military alliance in world history, with a combined GDP of more than $17 trillion, are openly planning for a world in which America does not call the shots, and where our word no longer carries any weight. These are the closest allies and partners who worked hand in glove with America, bought American equipment, and taken America's lead. But if America turns its back on them, they'll look elsewhere for guidance, for coordination, for weapons, and even for trade. On the other side, Putin's Russia and its $2 trillion GDP, where Kremlin officials now say that America's current foreign policy configurations now largely align with our version, and that hiccups in the U.S.-Ukraine relations are, quote, useful, end quote, because they drive a wedge between America and our European allies. That's how the Russians look at this. Well, it's not hard to imagine why they look at it that way. Freezing lethal assistance and intelligence support to Ukraine make Russia's job a lot easier. It was easier to hit Ukraine's defenders along with its schools, hospitals, and nurseries. And after 3 years of immense progress toward a stronger and more capable transatlantic alliance, with greater commitments to burden sharing and European leadership, the West that had resolved to check Putin's neo-Soviet ambitions is now in danger of being consumed by internal recrimination. What welcome news for an autocrat whose grip on power depends on the endurance of a wartime economy. The will to force Putin to make serious concessions in the interest of lasting peace is fragmented. And too many on this side of the Atlantic seem to believe foolishly, oh, his appetite will be satisfied in eastern Ukraine. His appetite will be satisfied in eastern Ukraine. This is the same mistake made by the architects of Minsk I and Minsk II agreements. Circumstances are not crying out for a Minsk III. Somehow, this doesn't sound like the makings of a successful deal for America. Somehow, these don't seem like the conditions for advancing America's interest in Europe, European peace and security, let alone pretending to mediate a dispute between equals. Russia wins, America loses. It's not too late to avoid that outcome, but it'll require that America and our allies operate from the same set of facts. So let's talk about actual facts. First, the dollars and cents. America's total Ukraine-related spending comes in at $175 billion. Not $350 billion, but half that much. 11 European countries have allocated more Ukraine-related spending than the United States. In real terms, total European aid is twice U.S. spending. More military aid than America, more budgetary assistance than America, period. Those are the actual facts. And our allies' increasing investments have been good news for American security and strength of our alliance. They've meant expanding arsenals and industrial capacity, along with bigger defense budgets for buying American, for now. But what if, even having established the correct math, you think it's still too much to spend on helping to degrade a major American adversary without putting a single American service member in harm's way? Not a single American serviceman in harm's way. What if you still think somehow we're getting a raw deal? Consider where most of the Ukraine-related spending, $120 billion, has actually gone to investing in U.S. capabilities and expanding our own defense industrial capacity. We're already $120 billion closer to restoring the sort of forces and capacity we need to deter conflict in the Indo-Pacific than we were 3 years ago. Or consider the value of the operational and tactical lessons the U.S. and our allies are drawing from Ukraine's battlefield experience. The conflict in Ukraine is a battle lab, a glimpse at the future of warfare. And our Ukrainian partners are innovating faster than American industry is often able to. Concerned about the next major conflict? We're learning how to prepare better for it. U.S.-made systems are literally feeding performance data back to us. The American people are not getting fleeced. I'm going to say it again. The American people are not getting fleeced. Far from it. But if we mistake surrender for peace, we'll be risking far worse. China's watching what we do. So are America's allies and partners in Asia. To believe that we can torch our credibility in one region and not tarnish it in another is foolish. When we treat withholding assistance from Ukraine like a cudgel and insist that the victim of aggression is the side that has made no concessions, should we expect other partners to conclude? Now, I've heard that Ukraine needs to be prepared to do difficult things. I'm curious which difficult thing our frontline partners haven't been doing for the past 3 years, like defending besieged towns and cities, like burying their sons and daughters. Will Russia be expected to do difficult things as well, like ending the onslaught? By what means are we prepared to compel them? This threat of war is hell, and the worst consequences are always borne by innocent civilians in flight and by brave soldiers holding the line. Ending the war in Ukraine is a noble aim. Preventing war even more so. But peace is different from surrender. And being honest about who's to blame doesn't hinder lasting peace, it enables it. Why should we be less willing to call Russia out for its brutal aggression than we are to call Hamas or Hezbollah out for theirs? Would we be afraid to call Iran out if it had nuclear weapons? Is that the lesson we want the world to draw from this conflict? Ronald Reagan epitomized strength through strength, not by just saying the words, but by action. He called the Soviet Union an evil empire at the same time as he dealt productively with Gorbachev. In July of 1983, he spoke to the people of the captive nations of the Soviet Union and communist regimes. Here's what he had to say. To every person trapped in tyranny, whether in Ukraine, Hungary, Czechoslovakia, Cuba, or Vietnam, we send our love and support and tell them they are not alone. Our message must be Your struggle is our struggle. Your dream is our dream. And someday, you too will be free. In the fall of the Soviet Union, Ukraine got its chance at freedom. Putin intends to extinguish it. Ukraine is serious about a just and stable peace. How do they know? We know because the Ukrainians preferred it overwhelmingly until their neighbor chose war instead, again and again. I'll reserve my skepticism, my disdain, and my condescension for the authoritarian thug who treats the slaughter of innocent children like a sport. And anyone who cares about not getting played for a sucker should do the same. In the face of hesitation, Putin has escalated. He's insulted the sincere pursuit of peace. It's a crystal clear reminder that what he's after isn't an end to the bloodshed. America cannot afford to get played, so let's not. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator from Colorado.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that I be permitted to speak for up to 6 minutes, Senator Tillis for up to 10 minutes, and Senator Sanders for up to 20 minutes prior to the scheduled roll call vote.
Is there an objection? Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to thank Senator McConnell for his constancy over the last 3 years. We've been out on the floor together many times to speak about the need to support Ukraine. The last time, and I also want to thank my colleague, Senator Shaheen from New Hampshire, the ranking member of the Foreign Affairs Committee, for organizing this bipartisan gathering. Senator Tillis from North Carolina is here as well. It's nice to be here in a bipartisan way with people from both sides of the aisle to work on something of this critical importance to my state of Colorado, to the country, and to the world. Senator McConnell, not surprisingly today, talked about that very, very famous lesson that Ronald Reagan taught all of us, Mr. President, and that was his pursuit of strength, of peace through strength. And I was on the floor talking about that last week. Today we have a corollary to that, to Ronald Reagan's rule, peace through strength, from Senator McConnell, which is don't mistake surrender for peace. Don't mistake surrender for peace. And the lesson that Ronald Reagan was teaching when he said peace through strength was a lesson that history had taught him. And history had taught the free world. Dust off your reliable 10th grade Western civics textbook and look up President Woodrow Wilson's attempts to achieve, quote, peace without victory for either side. That's how he described it, as an example of the failure that weakness invites, the kind of weakness that Leader McConnell was talking about. Before the United States even had entered World War I, President Wilson tried to force both sides to accept a peace deal they didn't want by depriving them of weapons and depriving them of funds. In 1916, again, before the United States was directly aiding the Allies, financiers from the United States were financing the UK, which was at war, and also funding their allies in mainland Europe. So Wilson's government cautioned U.S. investors against investors against issuing short-term bonds to the UK and to France. This presidential expression of disapproval had the effect of cutting off U.S. private assistance to Europe altogether. And the record is painfully clear. President Wilson's decision created a financial crisis in the United Kingdom, but it did nothing to end the war. Instead, Germany in 1917 only escalated their attacks on civilian shipping from the United States, prompting Congress finally to declare war and approve a $3 billion loan to France and to England. By the way, just to amplify what the leader has already said this morning, that $3 billion loan was about $81 billion in today's dollars. When you think about the roughly $120 billion that we have invested in Ukraine. And in 1938, British Prime Minister Neville Chamberlain, even more famously than Wilson, tried to appease Hitler with the infamous Munich Agreement, through which the UK and France and Italy allowed Nazi Germany to annex part of peaceful Czechoslovakia. As our history textbooks show, Hitler never stopped in Czechoslovakia, but continued his war throughout Europe. Just as Wilson and Chamberlain failed, Friends of Freedom in Ukraine and around the world should not pressure Ukraine into accepting an unjust peace that will never, ever last. Only with security guarantees from Europe and the United States can we have some assurance that Putin will not invade Ukraine again, and at a moment when he thinks the world is not watching. That's a guarantee. That is a guarantee. I visited Ukraine last month with my friends Senator Shaheen and Senator Tillis, who are both here today. We saw the courage of the Ukrainian people up close. We've seen the courage they have forged to save their country and the suffering they have endured. 43,000 deaths and another almost 400,000 casualties. Not just on behalf of Ukraine, Mr. President, but on behalf of Europe, the West, democracy, freedom, our national security. In cemeteries all across Ukraine, fresh graves are piled high with dirt and flowers, testifying to the Ukrainian people's sacrifice. To put it in American terms, Colorado terms, there is not a county in the entire country where somebody hasn't lost somebody to this war. But the Ukrainian people have not had to fight this fight alone. The American people have steadfastly and generously backed this fight to the tune of, as I mentioned, $125 billion. I won't go through all the reasons why that's been good for the United States, as Senator McConnell said, and that's a lot of money, but it's just about 0.53% of our GDP. That's about $365 in America. Our European allies and far-flung ones like Australia and Japan have stepped up as well because they know that supporting Ukraine means standing with people willing to do anything to fight for their country. They know that with American weapons and those of our allies, the American people have literally kept Putin's army at the gates of Europe while forcing him to squander more than $200 billion and stagger casualties of 700,000 people. We learned while we were in Ukraine that the Ukrainians are killing more Russians today than they were 6 months ago. We all want this war to end, which is why I was glad to see the U.S. commit today to resuming intelligence sharing and security assistance to Ukraine as part of the potential U.S.-brokered 30-day ceasefire with Russia. But for the sake of Ukraine and the rest of the free world, we must not pressure Ukraine to silence their guns unless Russia commits to do the same. We cannot force Ukraine to accept an end of this war that is anything other than a just and enduring peace. This requires that the United States, our allies in Ukraine, continue working together to establish terms of the peace and negotiate with Putin, while the Ukrainians continue their brave fight. They're not asking to be relieved of this terrible burden. I couldn't even imagine the other day when we were in Kyiv how cold it must have felt to people who were on the front lines of that war. It was cold enough just in the streets of Kyiv. It was cold enough just getting on the train from Poland to go to Kyiv. But they're embracing their responsibility because they know that any ceasefire without credible security guarantees will allow Putin to rebuild his army and attack again. And they know that how this war ends will determine whether Putin sets his sights on our NATO allies like Poland and the Baltics. To conclude that anything other result is possible is to completely ignore history. It's to completely ignore what Putin is saying. And whether dictators like China's Xi Jinping test our resolve by invading Taiwan, whether the post-World War II international order the U.S. and our allies created persists, and whether the United States continues to provide the leadership our parents and grandparents supplied since the end of that war. That is what Senator McConnell calls on us to remember. Throughout history, it's been too easy for some to ignore the moral responsibility we have to people who are sacrificing their lives a continent away on behalf of our shared values and interests. It is harder in these moments, but important and I would say necessary for the living to stand for freedom and democracy, and those willing to give their last breaths to make those values eternal. We in this chamber have to demand the moral and strategic clarity by continuing to support Ukraine's fight to secure a truly just peace through strength. Because as the Ukrainian-born author Vasily Grossman wrote nearly 70 years ago, in the cruel and terrible time in which our generation has been condemned to live on this earth, we must never make peace with evil. We must never become indifferent to others or undemanding of ourselves. With that, Mr. President, I thank my bipartisan colleagues again. I look forward to the day when we're out here not with 8 senators, but 80 senators in support of freedom and in support of the fight that Ukraine is leading. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator from North Carolina.
Thank you, Mr. President. Last night I had someone reach out to me and said they heard I was going to speak again on Ukraine on the floor, and they asked me what I was going to talk about. I said to reinforce that Ukraine needs our help, that Europe needs to step up, and that Vladimir Putin is the personification of evil. And I'm going to try and accomplish all of that in less than 10 minutes so that we can get over to the vote. Mr. President, since this war, everybody needs to remember how this war started, just to show you, you can believe me when I tell you, you know when Putin's lying when his lips are moving. And let's go back to October before the invasion in February. He said he was just putting troops together on a training mission. Thousands of troops, massed just coincidentally near the Ukrainian border, but a training mission. And then it became a military exercise. And now it's become an illegal invasion of a sovereign democratic nation that has experienced 80,000 dead. Service members, more than 13,000 dead civilians, 400,000 wounded service members, 30,000 injured civilians. And let me tell you a little bit about those civilians. They're 16-year-olds who had their leg blown off because Vladimir Putin ordered the launching of dumb bombs into residential areas. He allowed drones to hit children's hospitals that we visited. This is the carnage that the Ukrainian people are experiencing every single day, 24/7, 365, since the invasion 3 years ago. Vladimir Putin is a murderer. He's not only allowed his service members, some estimated 800,000, lose their lives on the battlefield, but he's gone so far as to engage mercenaries, Wagner Group, that he had down in Africa, in Ukraine, murdering indiscriminately anybody that moves. And if you want to see the best example of that, you need to go to Bucha and hear the story that we heard when we were there. Bucha is a community of a couple of 100,000 people just outside of Kyiv. Shortly after they invaded, and it was clear they weren't going to achieve their objectives, they decided that they were going to invoke terror in the minds of those who were fighting and the civilians in Ukraine. So they decided to go into a community that'd be similar to going out to Northern Virginia. So imagine Kyiv as Washington, D.C. And they go out in Northern Virginia and they just indiscriminately start murdering people. They killed over 500 people in 33 days, all of them civilians. And this isn't like urban legend. This was caught on video. People riding a bicycle, walking a dog, being murdered. Vladimir Putin ordered that. Vladimir Putin allowed that. Ladies and gentlemen, the surprise to Vladimir Putin was he had no earthly idea what the strength of democracy and freedom has in the hearts and minds of human beings. The Ukrainian people, in spite of overwhelming odds, numbers and weapons, they defended it. They've been defending it for 3 years. So we've got to help them. There is good and evil here. There is no kind of Putin's just misunderstood. This man is a murderer. This man is a rapist. He is a rapist by virtue of allowing systematic rapes happen in places that he invades. That's how he operates. He is evil. Ukraine needs help. Now, before I talk more about that help, I want to talk about Europe having to step up. I really appreciated what Senator Collins put together in terms of the contribution to the Ukraine effort. I know, Senator Shaheen and I, and thank you, Senator, for having this colloquy today, spent a lot of time tracking NATO countries. Let's make sure that on the one hand, we thank Europe for stepping up and doing its part in supporting this effort, but let's not forget that our NATO partners have come short in satisfying their obligation to NATO to the tune of over $2 trillion over the last 20 years. The mind races. What would have happened if all that money had been spent? And that our NATO alliance was even stronger if everybody had just met the bare minimum for NATO support. $2 more trillion would have been spent over the last 20 years. Would that have been enough to possibly dissuade Putin from invading Ukraine? We'll never know. But what I do know is I don't want Europe to not get credit for supporting Ukraine, but Europe also has to shoulder some responsibility for NATO being more vulnerable by not living up to their commitment over the last 20 years. Let's just get that right, folks, so that we don't have the distraction, the American people get confused between NATO members not stepping up and doing their fair share, so why are you asking for more money for Ukraine? The reason we're asking for more money for Ukraine is because Vladimir Putin has a plan, and we could play right into it. People need to understand Ukraine is a doormat to Europe. It's how he gets from Russia into countries that are trying to democratize and come closer to the West. If he succeeds in Ukraine, he will move into Moldova. He is already actively causing problems in Bosnia and Herzegovina. And a matter of fact, Senator Shaheen, I don't know if you're aware, but tomorrow, the Republic of Srpska legislature is going to consider a resolution to separate from BiH. That's Bosnia and Herzegovina. That's got Vladimir Putin all over it. He's already getting his chess pieces around the board. If he feels like he can get some level of success in Ukraine, he's going to march right through there, folks. It is going to happen. And then finally, I had somebody ask me, why are you so animated over Ukraine? Why are you so concerned with Russia? I give them a one-word answer: China. China is supporting Putin, at least economically. There's even an argument that ammunitions and other things are going their way. Does anybody really believe that North Korea would send people to the battlefield? They've lost a few thousand since they've been there, unless China was okay with it. And then we have Iran. Iran is sending drones to Russia to kill innocent civilians and military personnel in Ukraine. They are the axis of evil. And now they've regimed themselves. We can't let Putin have a win in Ukraine, ladies and gentlemen. We have to step up and make sure that the American people know that it's in our national interest to support Ukraine. And we also have to let Vladimir Putin know that we do owe him thanks in one way. Thanks for waking up Europe and understanding the grave existential threat that he represents. Thanks for actually getting Finland and Sweden into NATO and adding 800 miles of border on the Russian border. Thank you for that. And now I want to thank him for receding back into the cave that he should live the rest of his life in and let democratic nations be free and free from his threats. And until we're sure of that, we should not relent. Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President. Senator from Vermont.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, my office, and I suspect all Senate offices, are getting a whole lot of calls from senior citizens who are experiencing a great deal of fear and anxiety as to all of the confusion and chaos that is currently going on here in Washington. When we have the President and my Republican colleagues talking about cutting Medicaid by some $880 billion, let us be clear, they are not just talking about throwing millions of children and others off of the health insurance they have. They are also talking about cuts to community health centers, which receive about 43% of their funding from Medicaid, and where millions of seniors go to get their primary care. So cutting Medicaid impacts primary care. At a time when we have a major crisis in nursing home availability. I know that's true in Vermont. I expect it's true in almost every state in the country. Let us understand that Medicaid provides approximately 2 out of 3 seniors with the funding they need to live in nursing homes. Make drastic cuts in Medicaid, it's going to be harder for your mom, your dad to get into a nursing home or to stay in a nursing home. Medicaid would be cuts in Medicaid would be a disaster for seniors in nursing homes. But it's not just Medicaid cuts that worry seniors. At a time when the Social Security Administration is already understaffed. And again, for years, I have been hearing in my office, I expect other senators have been hearing in their offices from seniors who tell us they're calling up Social Security, they've got a problem, they are not getting a response. And the result of that is that some 30,000 people a year die waiting for their Social Security disability benefits. And in the midst of all that, in the midst of a crisis where Social Security is understaffed, where our response should be to significantly increase staffing so that Social Security can better respond to the needs of our constituents, we have Elon Musk and his minions at DOGE cutting some 2,500 of Social Security staff, and incredibly, they are now threatening to cut up to half of Social Security Administration staffing. And then on top of all that, you have Mr. Musk claiming that Social Security which has paid out every benefit owed to every eligible American for over 80 years, claiming that it is a Ponzi scheme. Social Security is not a Ponzi scheme. Paid out every benefit owed to every eligible American for over 80 years. And then you have the President of the United States, State of the Union, lying about millions of people, millions of people, 200 years of age, 300 years of age, imagine that, getting Social Security benefits. Seniors understand what all of that is about. They know that Musk and Trump want us to lose faith in Social Security, and that over a period of time, they want to give this indispensable program over to Wall Street. Mr. President, let us be clear. In America today, 22% of Americans living who are 65 years of age are trying to survive on an income of less than $15,000 a year. Think about that. 22% seniors in America trying to survive on $15,000 a year or less. Half of seniors are trying to get by on $30,000 a year or less. And everybody, frankly, I don't know how any senior living on $15,000, $20,000 survives. I don't know. High cost of prescription drugs, food, housing, keeping warm in the winter. I don't know how they can do that. According to the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, we now have the dubious distinction of having one of the highest rates of senior poverty compared to other wealthy nations. In America today, according to the latest OECD estimates, 23% of seniors are living in poverty, compared to just 4% in Norway, 6% in France, and 11.5% in Canada. Yeah, we have more nuclear weapons than any other country. We have more billionaires than any other country, but we also have one of the highest rates of senior poverty of any country on earth. We might want to get our priorities right. Now, Mr. President, while my Republican colleagues would like to make massive cuts to Medicaid in order to provide more tax breaks to billionaires, some of us have a better idea. We think that it makes more sense to substantially improve the lives of our nation's seniors by expanding Medicare to cover dental, vision, and hearing benefits. In 1965, President Lyndon Johnson signed Medicare, one of the most popular and successful government programs in our nation's history, into law. Before the enactment, this is really quite interesting, before the enactment of Medicare, about half of our seniors were uninsured. Today, everyone in America age 65 or older is guaranteed health care benefits through Medicare, regardless of their income or medical condition. That is the good news. The bad news is that since its inception 60 years ago, Medicare has failed to cover such basic health care needs as hearing, dental care, and vision. The result, millions of senior citizens have teeth that are rotting in their mouths. They are unable to hear what their children say or unable to read a newspaper because of failing eyesight. Mr. President, this is the United States of America. We are the wealthiest country in the history of the world. Senior citizens should not be walking around with no teeth in their mouth. They should not be unable to hear conversations. They should not be unable to afford glasses so they can read a newspaper. The need to expand Medicare to cover dental, hearing, and eyeglasses is absolutely critical. Nobody denies that oral health, hearing, and vision are essential parts of health care. We cannot continue to deny seniors these basic health care benefits. Mr. President, we can no longer tolerate the fact that 26 million seniors and people with disabilities in America have no dental insurance and no idea how they will be able to pay for the very expensive dental procedures that they need. The results have been tragic. Nearly 1 out of 5 seniors in America have lost all of their natural teeth. 20% seniors in America have no natural teeth in their mouths. Disgracefully, 60% of our nation's seniors have untreated gum disease, which can increase the risk of cardiovascular disease, diabetes, and rheumatoid arthritis. Further, it is not acceptable that while nearly 2/3 of seniors over the age of 70 experience hearing loss, less than 30% of seniors above this age have ever used a hearing aid, primarily because hearing aids are too expensive. In my view, no senior in America should face isolation from their families and friends simply because they cannot afford the extremely high price of a hearing aid. In addition, we cannot continue to allow seniors with poor vision to go without routine eye exams or properly prescribed glasses. Poor vision can lead to injury, cognitive impairment, and depression. Mr. President, adding dental, vision, and hearing benefits to Medicare is not just good public policy. It will not only ease human suffering and improve the health of our nation's seniors. It is precisely what the overwhelming majority of the American people want. Poll after poll tells us exactly that. According to a poll conducted by Data for Progress last year, it found that 92% of the American people support expanding Medicare to provide dental, vision, and hearing benefits. And that is why, Mr. President, I have introduced legislation today with Senators Warren, Booker, Welch, Markey, Duckworth, Merkley, Blumenthal to do just that. Congressman Lloyd Doggett in the House has introduced similar legislation which has more than 110 co-sponsors. Now, I am sure that some of my Republican colleagues may say, well, you know, it's an interesting idea, it's a good idea, but you know, how are you going to pay for it? So let me tell you how we're going to pay for it. We are going to pay for it by requiring Medicare to pay no more for prescription drugs than the VA. Right now, we pay the highest prices in the world for prescription drugs, and that means significantly increased expenses for Medicare. By making sure that Medicare pays no more than the VA, which has for years, for decades, negotiated prices with the pharmaceutical industry, we can not only cut the price of prescription drugs for our seniors in half, we will save over $800 billion over the next decade, which would more than pay for this legislation, lower the cost of prescription drugs, and get the revenue we need to cover dental, vision, and hearing for seniors. Now, some of my Republican friends may also argue that this bill is not needed. Some Medicare Advantage plans already offer dental, vision, and hearing benefits. Yes, but what my Republican friends may not tell you is, one, seniors still pay thousands of dollars out of pocket because these private Medicare Advantage benefits are totally inadequate. Further, the nonpartisan Medicare Payment Advisory Commission has estimated that Medicare Advantage plans overcharge the federal government by $83 billion a year. In other words, Mr. President, if we are serious about waste, fraud, and abuse, hear a lot about that, we may want to take a look at the massive waste and fraud that is taking place with private Medicare Advantage plans. Those savings would also more than fully pay for this legislation. Therefore, Mr. President, as if in legislative session, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to the immediate consideration of S. 939, which was introduced earlier today, that the bill be considered read 3 times and passed, and that the motion to reconsider be considered, made and laid upon the table.
Is there an objection?
Mr. President, reserving the right to object. Thank you, Mr. President. I share my colleagues' frustration with the Medicare system that far too often fails our seniors. Medicare's coverage and reimbursement paradigms routinely prioritize treating the symptoms instead of the underlying causes of chronic stress and disease. Research shows that patients with diminished vision, hearing, or oral health are more likely to suffer chronic conditions like kidneys, Alzheimer's, and heart disease. We should modernize Medicare to focus on prevention and maintenance interventions. Patients should have access to a full spectrum of specialized providers working together as a team, from nutritionists to dentists, to psychologists and surgeons. However, we must tackle these reforms without increasing the cost for patients or taxpayers. My colleague's proposal would increase the deficit by tens of billions of dollars and risk spiking seniors' premiums. After years of record inflation, we cannot rush to enact a policy that has not been carefully considered and appropriately integrated into Medicare. This bill was just introduced today. It hasn't even been looked at by the Finance Committee. No hearing has been held, and no evaluation of how to effectively integrate these types of policies has been made. I welcome the opportunity to work with my colleague to enact meaningful improvements to Medicare that deliver better outcomes for Americans. However, simply introducing a bill and then moving to have it passed on the floor of the Senate before there has been any consideration is not the way to proceed. We must proceed within the committee and floor process, within the regular order that this Senate requires. And for these reasons, Mr. President, I object to the request.
Mr. President,
Objection is heard.
may I ask my colleague, my friend, the chairman of the Finance Committee, a question? I hear what you're saying. Do I hear you correctly that you are prepared to discuss this legislation in committee?
I'm prepared to discuss the issue. I'm not telling you that I will limit the discussion to this piece of legislation, but yes, we are prepared to discuss significant approaches to how we improve and expand proper health care treatment in America.
I understand that this bill would bring forth serious debate and discussion, but I would appreciate if we could have a starting point. This bill, pretty simple. It says and I hear you saying that you need, am I hearing you correctly to say that the idea of covering dental, vision, and hearing is something that you entertain, that you think is a good idea, or am I not hearing that?
I do think that that outcome is a good outcome to seek to achieve. I can't say that I want to have your legislation or even my legislation. I don't have it developed.
That's fair enough. But what I would like to do, and I appreciate, I think you and I can agree that we don't use the committee structure here in the Senate as effectively as we might. That is the place to have serious debate and discussion, correct?
Correct.
Okay. I would hope, in one way or another, I would appreciate it if we could start off with my bill. You can come in and tell me what you don't like about it. We can go from there. But this is a crisis situation. I think you and I agree that too many of our seniors are suffering because of lack of dental, hearing, and vision. I look forward to hearing what you have to say. Let's debate it. But can we get this into the committee and have a serious discussion on it?
I assume that this bill will be referred to the Finance Committee.
It will be.
If this bill is referred to the Finance Committee, then it, like all other legislation in this area that is referred to the Finance Committee, will be reviewed by us. I can't tell you that it will have a specific hearing. I can't tell you exactly how that will work. We will look at developing a very significant and, I hope, broad and successful approach to reducing the cost of our healthcare system and increasing the focus and successes in our healthcare system, and I look forward to working with you on that.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Bennett. Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt-Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Moreno, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Barrasso, Britt, Cornyn, Cotton, Crapo, Curtis, Fisher, Gallego, Graham, Hawley, Husted, Kim, Klobuchar, Lee, McConnell, McCormick, Moody, Moran, Peters, Ricketts, Rosen, Rounds, Schiff, Scott of Florida, Sheehy, Tillis, Warnock. Senators voting in the negative: Gillibrand, Lujan, Merkley, Sanders, Schatz, Schumer. Mr. Kane, aye. Ms. Hassan, aye. Mr. Murphy, no. Ms. Ernst, aye. Mr. Paul, no. Mrs. Hyde-Smith, aye. Mr. Hickenlooper, aye. Mr. Kramer, aye. Mr. Risch, aye. Mr. Mullen, aye. Mr. Warner, aye. Mr. Marshall, aye. Mr. Banks, aye. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, aye. Ms. Warren, aye. Mr. Bennett, aye. Mr. Markey, no. Mr. Heinrich, no. Mrs. Murray, no. Mr. Wicker, aye. Mr. Young, aye. Ms. Collins, aye. Mr. Kelly, aye. Mr. Grassley, aye. Ms. Brooks, no. Mr. Whitehouse, aye. Mr. Padilla, aye. Mr. Cassidy, aye. Mr. Haggerty, aye. Ms. Smith, aye. Mr. Booker, aye. Mr. Reed, no. Mr. Wyden, aye. Mr. Kennedy, aye. Mr. Tuberville, aye. Mr. Coons, aye. Mr. Johnson, aye. Yes. Mr. Bozeman, aye. Mr. Langford, aye. Mr. Sullivan, aye. Mr. Blumenthal, no. Ms. Lummis, aye. Mr. Daines, aye. Mr. King, aye. Ms. Blunt Rochester, no. Ms. Baldwin, aye. Ms. Hirono, no. Mrs. Shaheen, aye. Mr. Moreno, aye. Mr. Welch, aye. Mr. Van Hollen, no. Ms. Cantwell, aye. Mrs. Blackburn, aye. Mr. Durbin, aye. Ms. Cortez Masto, aye. Mr. Hoven, aye. Ms. Markowski, aye. Ms. Slotkin, no. Mr. Schmidt, aye. Mr. Budd, aye. And Mr. Ossoff, no. Mr. Cruz. Mr. Cruz. Aye. Mrs. Capito. Mrs. Capito. Aye. Mr. Thune. Aye.
The yeas are 78, the nays are 19. The nomination is confirmed. Under the previous order, the motion to reconsider is considered made and laid upon the table, and the President will be immediately notified of the Senate's action. Majority Leader.
I move to proceed to legislative session.
The question is on the motion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion is agreed to.
Mr. President, I move to proceed to executive session to consider calendar number 30.
The question is on the motion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion is agreed to. The clerk will report the nomination.
Nomination, Federal Housing Finance Agency, William Pulte of Florida to be director.
Mr. President, I send a cloture motion to the desk.
The clerk will report the cloture motion.
Cloture motion, we, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a closed debate on the nomination of William Pulte of Florida to be director of the Federal Housing Finance Agency, signed by 17 senators as follows.
Mr. President, I ask consent to reading the names be waived.
Without objection.
And I move to proceed to legislative session.
The question's on the motion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion is agreed to.
Mr. President, I move to proceed to executive session and consider calendar number 32.
The question is on the motion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion is agreed to. The clerk will report the nomination.
Nomination, Department of Commerce, Jeffrey Kessler of Virginia to be Undersecretary for Industry and Security.
Mr. President, I send a cloture motion to the desk.
The clerk will report the motion.
Cloture motion, we, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close debate on the nomination of Jeffrey Kessler of Virginia to be Undersecretary of Commerce for Industry and Security, signed by 17 senators as follows.
Mr. President, I ask consent the reading of the names be waived.
Without objection.
And I move to proceed to legislative session.
The question is on the motion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion is agreed to.
Mr. President, what is the pending business?
The clerk will report the pending business.
Calendar number 18, S331, a bill to amend the Controlled Substances Act with respect to the scheduling of fentanyl-related substances and further purposes.
Mr. President, I send a cloture motion to the desk for calendar number 18, Senate Bill 331.
The clerk will report.
Cloture motion, we, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close debate on calendar number 18, S331, a bill to amend the Controlled Substances Act, and so forth, and for other purposes.
Did I already? reading the names be waived, Mr.
Without
President.
objection.
Okay. And I ask unanimous consent that the Senate resume legislative session and be in a period of morning business with senators permitted to speak therein for up to 10 minutes each.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I have 4 requests for committees to meet during today's session of the Senate. They have the approval of the majority and the minority leaders.
Duly noted.
Mr. President, I understand that there is a bill at the desk, and I ask for its first reading.
The clerk will read the title of the bill for the first time.
H.R. 1968, an act making further continuing appropriations and other extensions for the fiscal year ending September 30, 2025, and for other purposes.
Mr. President, I now ask for a second reading, and in order to place the bill on the calendar under the provisions of Rule 14, I object to my own request.
Objection is heard. The bill will receive its second reading on the next legislative day.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to the immediate consideration of S. 960 introduced earlier today.
The clerk will report.
S. 960, a bill to ensure that homicides can be prosecuted under federal law and so forth.
Is there an objection to proceeding to the measure? Without objection, the Senate will proceed.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the bill be considered read a third time and passed, and that the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I move to adjourn until 6:40 p.m. today.
The questions on the motion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion is agreed to. The Senate's adjourned until 6:40 p.m. The Senate will come to order. The clerk will read a communication to the Senate.
Washington, D.C., March 11, 2025, to the Senate. Under the provisions of Rule 1, Paragraph 3 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, I hereby appoint the Honorable John R. Curtis, a senator from the state of Utah, to perform the duties of the chair. Signed, Chuck Grassley, President pro tempore.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the morning hour be deemed expired, the journal of proceedings be approved today, the time for the 2 leaders be reserved for their use later in the day, and the Senate be in a period of morning business with senators permitted to speak therein for up to 10 minutes each.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I understand that there are 2 bills at the desk due for second reading.
The leader is correct. The clerk will read the titles of the bills for the second time.
S. 924, a bill making further continuing appropriations for the fiscal year ending September 30, 2025, and for other purposes. H.R. 1968, an act making further continuing appropriations and other extensions for the fiscal year ending September 30, 2025, and for other purposes.
Mr. President, in order to place the bills on the calendar under the provisions of Rule 14, I would object to further proceeding en bloc.
Objection is heard. The bills will be placed on the calendar.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that when the Senate completes its business today, it stand adjourned until 11 a.m. on Wednesday, March 12th. Following the prayer and pledge, the journal of proceedings be approved today at the time for the 2 leaders to be reserved for their use later in the day, and the Senate proceed to executive session and resume consideration of calendar number 31. Further, at 12 noon, the Senate vote on cloture on the Moran nomination, and if cloture is invoked on the Moran nomination, the post-cloture time expire at 2:15 p.m. and the Senate vote on confirmation of the Moran nomination. Further, if cloture is invoked on the Sonderling nomination, the post-cloture time expire at 5:15 p.m. and the Senate vote on confirmation of the nomination. Finally, if any nominations are confirmed during Tuesday's session, the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table, and the President be immediately notified of the Senate's action.
Without objection, so ordered.
Mr. President, if there's no further business to come before the Senate, I ask that it stand adjourned under the previous order following the remarks of Senator Blumenthal.
Without objection.
Mr. President.
The senator from Connecticut.
My thanks to Senator Thune for yielding and to you for presiding over the balance of the day. I am here with sadness, not for the first time, and tragically not for the last, I fear, because I am here to speak to the decimation and destruction of veterans' services, ongoing in real time, right before our eyes, affecting real people in their daily lives. And it is a tragedy and a travesty because the people affected are our nation's heroes, whom we all say we respect, but in practice right now, Elon Musk and Donald Trump have launched an assault to degrade and denigrate. Donald Trump has called veterans suckers. Elon Musk shows the same kind of disrespect in the cuts in hiring, freezes, and reductions in amounts of research, a panoply, a tsunami of cuts in both resources and workers that are essential to the VA's functions in providing health care, as well as PAC Act benefits that veterans have earned. They deserve them without delay. And this assault on veterans is unprecedented in our nation's history. We had a hearing this morning in the VA committee on various pieces of legislation, some of them probably positive in the effects that they may have if we pass them. I have co-sponsored some of them and will support others. But their meaning and effect will be absolutely eviscerated if these cuts, including $80,000 workers, in addition to the 2,400 already fired, are in fact discharged in the future. The plan that the Secretary of the VA has stated, it's his word, plan, is to fire 80,000 workers. It's his goal. He said it in an interview, and I ask that that interview be made a part of the record. Without objection. Thank you. But we did learn in this legislative hearing that, in fact, there is no plan. The 80,000 worker target for firing is in the absence of any plan. It's the target, it's the goal, it's the intention. Fire now, plan later. No plan, no metrics, no methodology, no strategy for right-sizing the VA. Now, we know a right-sized VA needs every one of those 2,400 workers who have been discharged now. It needs every one of the 80,000 that are targeted in the next few months to be fired. And we learned this morning that there are, in fact, open positions, 36,000 of them, including more than 3,000 positions for doctors, thousands others for nurses, thousands for the custodians who maintain the VA healthcare properties. We're talking about real people who will be fired, who are on the job doing essential work right now, and we are talking about discharging people when there are open positions, a need for more doctors, nurses, and others. How's that going to work for recruiting? Not so well when the VA is firing exactly the people whose positions it is trying to fill. That is absolutely a disgrace, and it will be seen as a disgrace by anybody wanting to serve in the VA. We also learned today that the VA is focusing on legislative measures that will make it easier to fire people, that will more readily enable it to discharge people without stating a reason, without a performance-related reason for firing them. So we are seeing the biggest attack and assault on veterans' access to care and benefits, at least in a generation, maybe in our history. And Trump and Musk have already fired more veterans than any administration before now. But the numbers fail to adequately tell this story, because it's a story of heartbreaking loss as a result of heartless decisions, loss of health care on a timely basis, loss of benefits, fear from people who have earned the right to security when it comes to health care or the PACT Act. Over the weekend, there was an article in the New York Times that described some of this real impact going on right now. A VA clinical trial for treating advanced cancers of the mouth put on hold. A VA supply technician whose role was described as critical, fired. A vet center office manager fired, leaving therapists who should be treating patients using their precious time sitting at the front desk to check in the patients. Talk about waste. What we're seeing in real time is not just heartless, heartbreaking firings and deprivation of care. We're seeing waste of talents and time that cry out for action. And in fact, we are hearing that cry from thousands of constituents of my colleagues from all around the country. This chart shows where we have received complaints and stories from people. Some of their words are here. Please do not let this administration take all of this away from not only me, but thousands of other veterans in my similar situation. I'm a spouse of a 100% permanent and disabled veteran with 2 young kids. I'm scared to fight back and have them target me to eliminate my job entirely, so I just have to take it to protect my family's only income. The VA provides the veteran community with excellent health care in my area, and anything done to devalue that care or its facilities would be detrimental to the veteran community. The blue represents the states that we've heard from. Almost every state in the country, some with many different complaints, but all of them expressing fear, apprehension, and anger at what they see is the looming additional cuts in care coming to their communities. This administration, very simply, is failing to put veterans first. Let me tell you about a veteran who knows that it's failing to put him first, a veteran on the West Coast who shared his story, quote, "I lost a part of my foot serving this country, and now people with 0 military experience are gutting the benefits veterans have earned," end quote. And he continued, quote, "If it were not for the VA, I would not have been able to be in a position I am now. I own a home, and I am able to manage my anxiety with therapy and medication." He was homeless in 2012. He would go to the library every day to search for work. He was not receiving any VA benefits. He didn't know he was eligible. Once he knew about it and he signed up, and the health care and disability benefits began, he was, quote, propelled into success, end quote. He was able to rent an apartment, purchase a car, get a job, all thanks to the VA. In quotes, all thanks to the VA. And his final comment was, please do not let this administration take all of that away from me, but thousands of other veterans in my similar situation. He knows this administration is not putting veterans first. What I was hoping to hear in today's hearing was a call to action. Well, we didn't hear a call to action. In fact, we didn't even hear from the Secretary of the VA, who has dodged our questions, refused to answer them, who has failed to be transparent with our committee and with members of the Congress. I was hoping that he would be there, or at least that he would be invited to a date certain. But none of it happened. Instead, the agenda included legislation that attempts to make it even easier for the VA to fire employees. It ignores what's happening on the ground, ignoring the illegal mass termination of those 2,400 VA employees, with tens of thousands of firings now in the works. That's no way to put veterans first. It is illegal, it is unlawful, it is reckless, and it is morally repugnant, because it involves breaking promises. A great nation keeps its promises, as we promised to veterans, that we would provide for their health care, that we would give them the benefits of the PAC Act, that we would care for them after they were exposed to toxic chemicals, that we would give them skill training, job assistance. All of it now potentially ended, at least for a lot of those veterans. Because it's a funny thing about service. Difficult to provide service in an empty office with an empty chair behind an empty desk. Service really does consist of people helping each other. Veterans know it better than anyone, because peer-to-peer veteran programs work better than any other kind. And it's one of the reasons why it's important that 30% of the Veterans Administration workforce are themselves veterans. They help each other. And it's no accident that many of those provisional employees who were fired, they're the ones who were fired first, are veterans as well, because they're coming out of the service. And they're looking for meaningful and productive ways to help other veterans. I am introducing this week a measure called Putting Veterans First Act. And essentially, it's a comprehensive effort to stop the bleeding. I'm quoting the Commander-in-Chief of the Veterans of Foreign Wars. Stop the bleeding. Put pressure on and stop the bleeding is what he told us in one of our hearings. And the best way to stop this administration from actively robbing and rolling back our recent bipartisan accomplishments, canceling contracts critical to the implementation of the Dole Act or the Deborah Simpson Act, firing thousands of workers critical to the basic functioning of the PAC Act, from the schedulers who connect veterans to care or the claims staff who process those PAC Act claims. The best way to stop the bleeding is to put veterans first. Number one, hire back all of the veterans who have been fired, no matter what the agency hire back those veterans along with all of the military spouses, the veteran caregivers, survivors, members of the Guard and Reserve. They too serve. And hire back all the VA employees who've been fired, whether or not they're veterans or military spouses or veteran caregivers, survivors, members of the Guard and Reserve. Everyone who's been fired from the VA. And then if the administration wants to eliminate waste and fraud, let's have some standards, performance-based standards, not just you're fired because we don't need you, when in fact they're needed, but more to the point, any sort of firing ought to be based on individual performance. Nobody's arguing here that there's no waste in the VA. Nobody's arguing that there's no waste in other agencies of the federal government, any more than we would argue there's no waste in any American corporation. Everybody knows that there is waste. The trick is to eliminate the waste without throwing the baby out with the bathwater, or to use a much more direct analogy that came from Al Lippert, the commander-in-chief of the VFW. When he was wounded in Vietnam, the surgeon took shrapnel out of his arm with a scalpel. He didn't amputate the arm. Exactly the same choice faces us here. Performance-based criteria and standards, and a means of appeal for those employees who may be terminated. A means of readily bringing their claim about improper firing to some kind of appeal that is based on performance and merit. It ought to be a matter of merit, not just money, not just slashing and trashing. Merit. And then hiring to replace that person. If that person has no merit, fill the position so the job can be done, because the need is there. And of course, notice to Congress, to labor partners, and impacted employees before instituting any changes to telework or remote work policies, allowing time for employees to submit reasonable accommodation requests and work to their supervisors, which would help a veteran spouse and caregiver. And I've been contacted by those kinds of spouses, like the spouse of a 100% disabled veteran with 2 kids. Quote, I've worked for the feds for 20 years. My spouse was active duty. I'm also ADA disabled myself, performed full-time telework for 5 years successfully, including pre-COVID with reasonable accommodation. The agency is re-adjudicating my lifelong disabilities and telework accommodation, even though the prior one approved had no expiration date. You know, when Trump or Musk talk about mandating returns to office, I personally love being in the office. And as a former prosecutor, I think being in the office makes managing a workforce easier in some institutions, but not all, and not for all employees, and certainly not for the disabled veteran who wrote to me. And this employee has outstanding performance reviews, and her duties haven't changed. The only change here is the one prompted by President Trump's draconian work-to-office policy. The Putting Veterans First Act would take other common-sense Veterans First actions, such as prohibiting, and this one is really important, prohibiting unauthorized, unlawful access to veterans' data and VA systems by unqualified, uninformed tech bros. Well, we know what's happening in the VA. Elon Musk's tech bro elves are muscling and plundering their way through the VA's database. Now, you may say, what's harmful about access to private, confidential, sensitive information potentially about health care? Well, it's an invasion of privacy. But number two, also illegal, it is potentially a monetization of your information used for Elon Musk corporations to make more money, or to be shared with his fellow billionaires so they can make more money. And that invasion of privacy, the monetization and possibly weaponization of that information would be prohibited by the Putting Veterans First Act. Putting Veterans First Act. It is comprehensive, it is specific, and it makes a priority of protecting veterans and putting them first. Now, I don't want to exaggerate the chances of this measure passing in the next month. I'm very clear-eyed. I recognize that the administration will put a full court press against us, that Elon Musk will perhaps denounce it. But I think we have on our side an indomitable, undefeatable, and indefatigable force, and that is veterans. Because I'm listening to the veteran service organizations who came before our committee on prior days, and this morning, representatives from the American Legion. Mr. Coyle from the VFW, Mr. Murray. We've heard from other organizations who have expressed their concerns about what's happening at the VA. And they can put a face and voice to this issue. Their support for putting veterans first can make an absolutely critical difference. And so I want to make a plea to our veterans. You may feel you don't need it, but there's no question you deserve it. And the ones who need it really deserve it as well. They deserve to be put first. They deserve to have no fear or uncertainty or insecurity about whether they live in a state that will not be receiving the kind of benefits and care under the PACT Act, or their VA facility won't be renovated, or their doctor will be gone, or nurses will be missing, their positions unfilled. They deserve to know with the kind of certainty they have earned. And we all talk about our veterans as heroes, which they are, but let's put our money where our mouth is. Let's be measured by what we do, not what we say. And I'm extending an arm and a hand to my colleagues across the aisle to join me in this comprehensive bill that guarantees veterans what they have earned and what they deserve against someone whom we didn't choose. Nobody did, except Donald Trump. Elon Musk is unelected, unappointed, unconfirmed, and his Doge boys are depriving our veterans of what they have earned. We can't lose hope or energy. We can't abandon our veterans. We can't surrender in this battle. Our veterans have served, and they can continue to serve by helping their brothers and sisters make sure that the Veterans Administration puts veterans first. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
The Senate stands adjourned until 11 a.m. tomorrow.